Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are, January. I always have to look because I'm stunned that it's January 29th already. Tomorrow's the last day of the month. On this Thursday, and markets are higher. Metals are doing what metals do. Oil's higher. It's the everything rally, as Joseph Wang said yesterday on the show. A lot to discuss today. Some recent headlines that we'll get into too from Shy, and then we'll get into the discussion. But before we do all of that, introductions. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And he changed. You know what? This is nonsense. If you guys would have seen senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina just a few minutes earlier, he did have his.
Cuban.
She calls it a Cuban hat. It was a straw hat on. He had his. He was out in the fields this morning, checking the crops.
Checking the tobacco crops.
We're changing the edge report to the crop report by Yeehaw Jim. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It's going to be a great day.
Well, and good morning, Chad. Hope you are all doing well this morning. It's been pretty cold down here in Florida.
It's freezing.
I know. It's
ridiculous.
So natural gas prices up almost 4%. You think if it got cold down here, maybe we'd see a little bit bigger spike in natural gas, even though not a lot of people use natural gas down here, mostly electric. But again, quick look at the tape before we get to the news with Shy. Equity indexes up ever so slightly a little bit. S&P at 7,018. NASDAQ is at 26,178. Crude oil pushes up into the 64 handle at 64.72, up $1.50. That trade continues to come alive. We've talked about that for a while. That's the trade that we thought would be in play this year, right?
Absolutely.
And then you look at metals. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, gold's up $224. Copper's up 7.5% this morning at 637. Silver's at 560, up 565. It's at 119.24. What happened to that high that everyone said it was?
That's what we said.
I knew it. I mean, I was like, this is not the high. I mean, it's not that easy. Platinum up only $127, up only nearly 5%, which is crazy. Bond market's down. I'm going to get into that with Craig in a little bit and talk about that. 10-year yields this morning still sit at 4.25%. A little bit of dollar softness, and Bitcoin continues to get hit to below 88,000 now. It can't sustain any rallies. And, of course, we'll dive into all of that and more. Until then, Shy, the news.
Yep. So, obviously, we have tech stocks up overnight as the mega caps step up AI spending. So, we had Meta. We did cover this last night, but in case you weren't around last night, we had a Meta platform.
Shame on you if you missed it.
We had a Meta platform said it's going to invest $135 billion this year. That's well above estimates of $110 billion and up over 50% from just 2024. Its shares rose 9% in pre-market trading after delivering a stronger than expected sales outlook. Microsoft, on the other hand, slid 7% as higher spending coincided with slower cloud sales growth. And Tesla rose 2.4% after beating earnings estimate and announcing a $20 billion in spending to reshuffle its factory lines. It looks like they're going to focus on robotaxis and the Optimus AI and cut back on their cars. So interesting move for Tesla. Yeah. And of course, we have Apple after the bell today. We will be covering that as well. Interesting, we had Caterpillar reported this morning. Now, Caterpillar is sort of a bellwether for the economy because it's the world's top maker of mining and construction equipment. And so it's kind of global activity shows whether, economic growth is slowing or rising. So they posted a beat as soaring electricity needs for AI data centers drove demand for the company's power generation equipment. So at least a check on the economy. Caterpillar says that it's growing. Back to NVIDIA and the Chinese government. I guess we talked about this yesterday. The Chinese government said they may go ahead and order these chips. That said, NVIDIA hasn't received any orders for those H200 AI chips. And Huang, the CEO of the company, said, I'm hoping the Chinese government will allow NVIDIA to sell the H200, but it's up to the Chinese government. And for now, they're still deciding. We're waiting patiently. So update on that back and forth. Then we also have, we talk about the circular nature of this whole AI industry. So we have NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Amazon in talks to invest up to $60 billion in OpenAI. Here we go again. So NVIDIA is going to invest up to $30 billion, Microsoft $10 billion, and Amazon up to $20 billion. So that'll be interesting again.
Big numbers, man.
Crazy numbers. I mean, these are crazy numbers, and we'll have to see if they have to go to the debt markets to raise this kind of cash. So just something to keep an eye on. We'll see how investors react to that situation. Moving on. Oh, this one's for Delhi. Swiss watch exports return to growth after U.S. eases tariffs on Switzerland. So yay, Rolex, right?
Yeah, that's very nice.
And then last but not least, OPEC Plus is meeting this weekend. They are set to stick with the pause. Now, they announced this back in December that for Q1, they would halt the pause of putting additional barrels on the market. And so they are expected to, again, keep things as they are. So who knows? Well, actually, I'll find out this week.
Yeah, that's right. She will.
And then for data today, we have 8:30 a.m. We have jobless claims and continuing claims and trade balance. And then at 10 a.m., we have a bunch of stale data from November. We're still playing catch up with factory orders, durable goods, cap goods, wholesale inventories, and wholesale trade sales. Again, these are all November numbers. We're still playing catch up for these numbers. So definitely not a market mover at 10 a.m., but jobless claims may or may not be. We'll see. Everything's supposed to be in line.
Yeah, I mean, I think the market is going to look at data. I mean, we never know how the market's going to react to data, but I do think that there should be some reactions to data. Now, we did get past some earnings. We're getting past the Fed. We heard from them. You would expect the markets to have some reaction to data, I would think, hopefully.
Well,
I mean, equities are boring right now.
I know. I'm just worried because this is November data that.
Oh, old data again.
Yeah.
Got more earnings too.
November.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, all right. Well, Craig, I want to go to you and I want to talk a little bit about the bond market. It's the only thing not up today. We said yesterday with Joseph Wang, it's the everything rally. He said it. I didn't, but I agree with him. I mean, obviously. I mean, equities have been so boring. We get up at the highs, they just die out. I mean, I commented on a tweet last night where it was, there's a pattern. I think it was a doji pattern or something. I don't look at patterns really that much. I mean, if I see them, that doesn't mean I'll trade off of them. But, talking about how, yesterday looked kind of like maybe a possible scenario where we start to go down from here. And you know what? I've been saying the action's garbage in equities, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I look at it and go, I know everyone goes, well, with the bull markets, they're not always busy on the highs, but every time we get up here, there's really no new wave of buyers. I watch the tape pretty closely. It's not like there's really a ton of sellers really either. It's just not a great place to put money right now. I don't think the risk reward is great. And I continue to see the bond market kind of chipping away lower, kind of quietly starting to go back down. That's something you said you'd be watching. I mean, what's your take on what's going on?
Yeah, I think there's, for equity indices in the U.S. have been boring because we've been seeing rotation kind of out of the U.S., right? I mean, emerging market ETFs are up double digits on the year. ETFs tied into precious metals or commodities, energy ETFs are up strong on the year. So the overall indices have been quiet, but under the hood, there's been a lot of movement as capital has shifted a bit out of some of the big NASDAQ names into other areas and out of the dollar assets broadly, into some of these other regions. So I think, and that's part of the reason why we're not seeing the flow into S&P or to NASDAQ at large. I think with respect to the bond market, Powell yesterday was marginally hawkish, right? I mean, they upgraded their assessment of the economy. They downgraded their worry about risk in the labor market, and they said inflation is still running above target. So basically, we're not cutting, and we're probably not going to cut next meeting, and probably not going to cut, the meeting after that. But he was very dismissive of what we've seen over the course of the last several weeks, which is a rise in inflation expectations. I mean, 2-year break evens have moved 50 basis points off the lows. They're following commodity prices higher. He was totally dismissive of the gold price move and saying this has nothing to do with us, right? And clearly, this does have something to do with the Fed. This does have something to do with the administration. And broadly speaking, the Fed's the ability of the Fed to maybe push back against future worries about what the president might do and actually employ proper monetary policy if inflation runs away. So I think the gold market is reacting in part to the Fed's nonchalance, and he was very nonchalant about the gold price move yesterday. So I think what we're seeing, a little bit again today is some dollar weakness on the back of that, even though we perceived hawkishness. And then the long end of the bond market is where I think we will start to notice if Fed independence and credibility starts to really become questioned. So the fact that we're seeing yields up at the long end today, I think is, maybe sniffing that out, right? We're starting to say, look, if this Fed's never going to raise rates again, which is basically what he said, despite all the run-up in inflation expectation. Yep. And Trump is out tweeting this morning basically saying rates should be materially lower. We're the best in a variety of the reasons. You start to paint a scenario where the future Fed chair is never going to raise interest rates.
Not during this presidency.
And if that starts to become a narrative, then when we're going to just run the economy hot, inflation's going to reaccelerate, then the bond market's going to pick up and start to sniff that out. I don't know if that narrative is in the tape right now, but I could see as yields start to move higher, people start to question if that's the reality that we're going to have.
How could the financial system have confidence in the Fed if he's not acknowledging gold? I'm sorry. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy to me.
It's very dismissive of gold, very dismissive of the pickup in commodity inflation that we've already seen. He was asked about inflation expectations, and he said, "Oh, they're way down year over year." Sure, but they're now over the course of the last 4 weeks. I mean, they've moved materially, back into the middle to high end of the range that we've seen over the last couple of years. So, too dismissive of what commodities are doing and saying, and we'll see.
And I just want to throw in there, it's not just energy and precious metals and silver, and it's literally tin, aluminum. I mean, all the base metals. Yeah. It's crazy how they've just skyrocketed as well. So that is a lot of input to construction, to building all these data centers, to everything. So, I don't see how, and we've been talking about this, how we thought that we were going to see inflation tick up this year. I mean,
how is it not going to tick up? That's what I want to know. You think how could inflation stay subdued here in this situation? I'm not a macro person.
I mean, our BAB right now is up. Our BAB right now is up 15% on the year.
Yeah,
just ripping higher.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to hurt everyone's pocketbooks. You can say what you want, but I mean, inflation's here. And if anything, we should be talking about what they should be doing to help control inflation to get ahead of it. Because remember, we always talk about how the Fed's always behind. Right? Now they're going to get even further behind by talking about the future path of cutting rates. It is what it is. But I don't love the equity market here. And I think that the equity market might be going up right now because of all of these flows within January in these different sectors. And I'm not short. I'm not doing anything right now. I've traded it a little bit this year. My focus is more on crude oil right now. I'll get to that when I talk with Jimmy. I think there's much better areas. But if you think it makes sense to put risk on to be long equity indexes up in here, I mean, maybe I'll look totally, nuts in a few months. And if they're, 8,000 in the S&P or whatever it is. But it's like the risk reward to me just doesn't make sense. And I'm talking about from somebody who plays it out a little bit in further time. And not like I'm playing months out, but it's like, where you're wrong here, really. I mean, it's like, and where do you think they're going? I mean, they've tried and tried and tried. I've watched this tape enough to know that it just can't gain any legs higher. It just seems like there's nobody up here when we get up there. It's just like, okay. But we'll see. Again, markets find ways to go higher way more than they find ways to go lower. So maybe they continue to work their way through this and the market does start showing that signs. But right now in here, the real indexes are the metals. That's where all the day traders are. That's where the volume is. And if you've not been trading these markets, I think a lot of day traders going into the micros, I think, is definitely where the action is. Let's take a look at the tape and talk with Jimmy about it a little bit. S&P this morning, 70.20, up $13. NASDAQ is at 26,173, up $18. Russell's up $7 to 2670. And the Dow is up 30, 49,200. I feel like the Dow has been at 49,200. Every morning when I come in here, it's the same price. Natural gas up 4%, up 154 ticks to 388. And that is, remember, on the March contract, rolled off the other one. Heating oil 246, up 0.75%. Crude oil 65.04 now, up at 180, up $1.83.
Just creeping.
Just creeping higher, man. I'm telling you, like we've talked about this all at the end of last year. We said energy is going to be the story this year. It is. It's quietly doing its thing, and it's not getting a lot of talk. I would not be surprised to see crude oil. Kind of mix that one
Well,
up.
and there's a noted shift in the curve as well. So we're back in backwardation over,
I've been in and out of it. Stick and move a little bit for me. I don't have a substantial position in it yet. On any sort of pullback, I'll start working my way in. Gold, 55.11 this morning, only up $207. Copper up 44. Is that 477? It's at 640. It's up 8%. Silver's up $5.50 to 119 right now. Platinum 27.69, up $139. Down. The only thing down on my screen is Bitcoin and the long end of the curve. Long end down modestly, 114.29 in ZB. 10 years flat. 10-year yield this morning, 4.252. Bitcoin sub 88,000. Yeah, I mean, just sitting right there
even
again.
the grains are up, and they're
Another
never
field
up.
rally, and grains are up. Well, I'm surprised that when we get to the crop report with Yeehaw Jim, he'll fill us in. Jimmy, what are your thoughts on the tape?
Well, my whole adult life, it's been a long time. The 10-year notes has always been the volume leader every minute of the day, all day long. Today, guess what? We have micro gold, 696,000 contracts for the April contract. I mean, it is just an amazing amount of volume. So when you talk about, hey, people, day traders should be focusing on these markets, the metals markets have a lot of liquidity, and we like the liquidity. The bid-ask spread's tight, and you get a lot of price action. So that's the first thing that stuck out. When I saw 696,000 in the micro gold, I was like, holy cow, this thing is not slowing down anytime soon. And that's true for all of the metals. I mean, all the metals are just killing it on the volume point of view. The bonds and notes are kind of doing what they used to do. So that's kind of my first observation. Secondly, I was talking to Fabio MenthorQ this morning, and he's like, Jim, on the 30-year bonds, that 115 even level, that's a high vol level. Pay attention to that. It's going to be super, super important today. Now, we're trading right now a little bit south of that, or right at it, actually. A little bit south of that, 114.29, 30 seconds. So I think that's a good line in the sand, because that high vol level, if we start trading above it, with any strength, that could cause a little bit of a rally moving up maybe to 115.16. But right now, it's not looking like that. It's looking like we're going to attack that 114.17, 30 seconds again. On the downside. So, but the trade's been every time we dip into the 114s, boom, buy them, they get back into the 115s. Every time we get close to the 116s, sell them, they dip down to the 14s. And that's been a 2-month trend right now. So we'll see what the momentum does. It's going to break. It's coiling, but it's going to break one way or the other. Eventually, we'll find out which way. And my last big observation was, dollar's down again. We got currency pairs are all green against the U.S. dollar right now, including the Swissies. So we got to keep an eye on the currencies.
Yeah, Jack yesterday in the afternoon had a banger trade in the yen.
Yep.
And yen has come back down a little bit, kind of inside yesterday's range at the moment. But again, there's so many other places that I think are better for active day traders right now than equities. And I know somebody put in the comments, the market climbs is the wall of worry. As soon as you think it can't go any higher, it will. I'm not saying I don't think the market can go any higher. I was just saying I don't like this market here. This market risk reward just doesn't make sense. You don't want to hold anything overnight. We keep reverting back to the middle of the ranges. I'm talking about it more from a trade perspective. I mean, look, I own a bunch of stocks. If the market just goes up forever, that's great for me. A lot of my money's invested. And of course, I want to see the market go higher. But from a trader's perspective, medium term, it's like my energy doesn't want to go towards that market. Again, I go, what's trending? What makes sense where there's opportunity? Day trader, you're trading metals. I mean, I even think currencies are better than equity indexes right now, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of two-way moves in them. And you see, bond markets and equity markets are just not there. And again, Craig, we've had all these things happen, and yet the bond market and the equity markets still are the quietest places in the market right now. We talk about them the most, but there's where the least action is.
Yeah, it's this volatility suppression dynamic, that remains in place. I mean, the Fed is not providing any incremental volatility, right? They're just not doing anything. So you have no worry about what the rate path is going to be, basically locked in. The economy is kind of locked into this low hiring environment with, inflation that's above target, but isn't a concern yet, but, so you have no bond volatility. And then with respect to equity volatility, as long as earnings come in okay and the president doesn't do anything crazy, then you have a tremendous amount of flows that can come into the zero data expiry strategies, systematic flow strategies, and CTAs. And so you kind of get into that virtuous circle where volatility just doesn't move. Now, one area where volatility can start picking up again is geopolitical, right? And so oil, I think, is something we got to keep an eye on. We've been talking about it for months, but starting to break out. The geopolitical stuff in Iran, saber rattling, is picking up momentum. And crude has the ability to disrupt the bond market and disrupt the equity market, right? If we start to get big moves higher in crude, they shut the Strait of Hormuz. Something happens in the Middle East, all of a sudden crude gets to go, inflation expectation goes, rates move higher, then you start to bring the volatility back. So it's like gold doesn't have that ability, or precious doesn't have the ability to move equity vol, but crude does. And so if crude starts to accelerate its move, I think that's what can unleash a little bit more of the cross-asset volatility that so far this year we really haven't seen much of.
Yeah, and don't make the mistake right now going to the crude oil market starting to look at short, because the crude oil market is finally coming alive.
Just started
I think
now
it's just getting
again.
Yeah, I just think it's just getting warmed up here, and I do think you're 100% right. This is where things do start to get rattled a little bit. But Shai, talk to us about this a little bit with the crude oil market, because we've been on top of this trade, but where we are today, I want to go here going forward. We're finally at $65 again. This is an area that we've talked about significance last year, where we were saying if it stays above 65, that's where they're starting to make more money again. Here we are back to this price now in 2026. What's going on?
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see if this is all just geopolitical, because there's saber rattling on Iran. I know the media is kind of grabbing on to that for a reason, because they hate crude oil and they talk about the glut, and that's the only thing they can pick. But I don't think this is all geopolitical. I think, one, it has a lot to do with positioning. Nobody was in this market, right? Now it's picking up, starting to get noticed. I mean, everybody was either short or not in this market, right? And so now it's starting to move higher. That just entices people to get back in this market. And I think also people are realizing, at least, traders that really focus on the crude oil market are realizing that this glut that they've been talking about for the last year and a half is just not here, right? It's not something that's unmanageable, and we're still seeing consumption grow. Maybe not at the pace that we did in the past, but still over 1 million barrels per day is in growth is nothing to shy away from. And so I think that, again, I thought it was more of an H2 trade. Maybe it's an H1 trade. We'll see if when things calm down with Iran, if we get kind of a little bit of a pullback. But again, I still think this is a strong market for this year. It's been unloved. It's been, everybody hates this market. We're seeing the equities in the crude oil market do very well over the last 6 months, even though crude oil price has been essentially flat until recently. And so I think that's kind of a hint that, maybe the crude oil market is going to pick up. And then back to Craig's point about rates. Crude oil is 88% correlated to 10-year yields. That doesn't mean it's always correlated. We haven't really, that correlation goes in and out, but still 88% means that crude oil does definitely affect the 10-year.
Yeah, we only got 30 seconds left, Greg. Take us out before we get to
I was just going to add to that. I mean, Oil CEOs went into the White House 2 weeks ago. Trump told them, you're going to go into Venezuela, you're going to drill, you're going to keep drilling. You know what they said? They told them to F off, and seriously, because oil prices are too low. So Exxon CEO comes out and says, no, we're not going to spend any money drilling in Venezuela. And then a couple of days later, Harold Hamm says, we're going to stop drilling in the Bakken because prices are too low. So oil companies have pushed back against the president and saying, we cannot operate in an environment of low 50. And if that's where you want the price is going to be, we're going to stop drilling. I think that narrative, I think there was some pushback from CEOs. And, since that Friday 2 weeks ago, oil prices have done nothing but go higher. Yes, Iran saber rattling is back. Yes, the weather has been freezing, and that's helping heating oil demand and other things. But I think there was pushback, and I think the president's not necessarily talking so loudly anymore about getting oil prices back down to 50. I haven't heard that comment from him now, in the last 3 weeks. So we'll see. Maybe there's a little bit of a shift there. Maybe there was some pushback by the oil industry, and I think the price is starting to maybe react to that.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. It's the bottom line. These companies have to make money. I mean, that's the bottom line. They're not in it just for hey, let's take the prices lower for all the consumers, and they have shareholders.
They already did that,
be
right?
real about it. It's about money.
They already did that. Shell did that. The wildcatters, the crazy, everybody was in debt, and oil prices collapsed twice. Because of it, and so they're not doing it again.
Yeah, and if you want long-term lower prices in oil, you need shorter-term higher prices in oil. Figure that one out, kids. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, before we get into the charts here, a couple of markets to watch today. We have the Aussie dollar is ripping higher, and we did literally 96,000 contracts so far. It's a nice liquid market. It's a currency pair, and it's killing it. The euro, same thing, 112,000, ripping higher. Pay attention to those two markets. Lastly, RBOB gasoline. We talked about it briefly a second ago. That's also about to fill a gap on the upsides. I'm super bullish there on RBOB. We'll see if that keeps rolling. The NASDAQ right now, after all the dust settled with the earnings last night, we're kind of almost back to where we started from, or at least where we closed. 26,171 right now. We're within reach. We came within about 50 points of the highs. We didn't quite get there right now. Not a lot of volume up here at the top part of the volume profile just yet. We do have like a competing point of control down here at 25,900. So keep an eye on that one. Intraday, we have some, what happened to this? Intraday, we have some great targets here. We have the high of the session was in the London initial balance high. That was the high. We didn't get it to JAX 4. And then we finally sold off and broke below VWAP. So now sellers are kind of in charge right now. This is the second 30-day candle below VWAP. Here on the downside, we have S1 and that call resistance level, that 0 DTE call resistance level at 26,050. So that's in play, as well as JAX 1 at 26,000 for the bears, and then previous session's lows at 992. Should this turn around and we get back up toward the London IB high again, and we got a JAX 3 level. A JAX 4 level really would be a good target up here, 26,300. Previous session's highs right above that, 26,347. And then we have, that's the highs I just mentioned for the all-time highs, 26,399, and one day max above that. So there's a lot of targets above and below. Let's pivot over to crude oil, though. Crude oil is a big story today also, as are a lot of these markets. Here's the daily candle here. Remember this swing high way back up here, September, a long time ago, 66.42. Looks like we're driving up. I mean, this is a big green candle today. Forget about that swing high at 62.59. Look at MACD is just shooting straight up and out. Intraday, we just broke through that one-day max, the gift that keeps on giving. We broke through that call resistance as well. A little bit further up, really, there's not a lot of intraday targets other than at R3 at 66.05. So we'll see if this could sustain a bid. Alternatively, on the downside, we have a nice point of control here. We've traded through this point of control, 64.71 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 30-minute candles in a row. And then, so that's a lot of price happiness right there. We'll see if that acts as gravity and kind of brings us back down to reality. The other thing I wanted to really point out today, hang on one second, I'm going to pull this over really quickly here, is this tool that Mike Burke made. It's super awesome. And what I'm doing here is I'm just tracking, really quickly here. This is just the Bitcoin ratio, gold, Bitcoin. You can see money coming into gold. in coming out of Bitcoin. So we are done with Edge Report this morning. Back to you, Naples.
All right, we got about 45 seconds to data. Initial jobless claims are expected to come in at 205,000, and continuing claims 1.850. And claims came in on tad higher at 209,000. Continuing claims a bit lower at 1.827 million.
I mean, the S&P didn't even move a tick.
No, it's in line. It's
in line.
in line.
Craig, quick thoughts on this?
Yeah, completely in line. I mean, continuing claims falling back down. There was a trend there for some higher. We've been seeing last couple of weeks moving back lower again. Fed has become less concerned about labor market deterioration. So that, it's showing up in the data. We'll get non-farm payrolls next week, provided the government stays open. That'll be next Friday. We'll have the next reading of the labor market. So, we'll see. So far, low hiring, low firing, not something the Fed is particularly concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, really just nothing to talk about on this. Well, that does it for this morning's panel. Jimmy, thanks for also showing that indicator that Burke put out. I think that's really interesting to see. I think we'll watch that for if it ever does switch, what it looks like for Bitcoin. That could be a good indication of when Bitcoin comes back in play. All right, panel, thank you so much.
I'll spend a little bit more time with it later on this morning.
Cool. All right. Shai, preview.
Yep, we have Alex Campbell. He is CEO and founder of Rose AI, which is kind of described as the ChatGPT for financial professionals. He is ex-head of commodities at Bridgewater and also of Lehman Brothers. So looking forward to talking to him. He's written some bangers on his
big time
on his Substack lately. So looking forward to talking to him.
Yeah, really excited. Also today, this morning, we have a lineup. We have for Tape Talk, we will go back to farm after the morning gap, and then we will have Trade the Open with Jack of all trades and Nick for a tick. Whether he likes that name or not, it's sticking with him. And we've got midday markets with Leo and Salma, and then Trade the Close with Leo, Salma, and Chris is joining us on Trade the Close today. So yeah, I mean, talking about banger on the Substack. It was probably one of the most viral macro pieces I seen go out this year. Besides, maybe one other one that even come close to that. But all right, let's bring him in. Alex, good morning.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
Look at this stash Alex has got, man. I mean, that thing is it's coming right at you early in the morning. He's like, hello everybody. So, Alex, great to have you here. I want to start off by just talking about just this market environment, because what we try to do here in the morning, you may or may not know, NinjaTrader Live, a lot of these traders on here, they're very active, right? And so we're kind of like, what's happening today? But I'm going to take it a little bit further back with you, because I want to get your perspective on just this market environment as a whole. You heard us talking maybe a little bit early this morning. Equities are really not where it's busy this morning. Bond market is actually pretty quiet. We're kind of a little bit surprised about that. All the action's really in metals and commodities this year. That's where the volatility is. What are your thoughts on where we are right now in the market?
Yeah, I think you have the dynamic of just insatiable Asian demand for metals, particularly precious. And this is a theme that goes back years. If you track the banking system and the property crisis, there are no real good savings vehicles in China for households, for rich corporates, that kind of thing. People used to put their money in property. That obviously is not working anymore. The banking system has probably trillions of dollars of liabilities that are, or debt that is bad. And so if you're sitting there and you can't get your money out, gold and silver is how you get your money out, or how you basically get savings. And so that dynamic has combined with what we're seeing now in the West, which is a kind of de-dollarization, debasement narrative, which hasn't really kicked off yet, but I think is leading to flows out of, Bitcoin, flows out of equities and bonds a little bit, and into kind of chasing the Asian demand. And I think you have a kind of interesting dynamic where most Western investors kind of think that we drive the market, because for 100 years we did. It was our market, and it's not really our market anymore. And I think that's why if you go on Twitter or you go on, a lot of these kind of takes, people are really happy to try to call a top in gold, call a top in silver. And I think the reality is that the top won't come in until you either see some sort of resolution in that Asian demand, you see some sort of move to fiscal conservatism in the US, or you see a bunch of supply. And the reality is that it takes a long time to bring on supply, especially in silver, where most of the silver created is actually as a byproduct of other metals. And particularly in silver, what you see is this kind of consumption of the metal in industrial demand, in particular solar panels. And so, when people buy gold, they generally sit on it and they sell it later. But if you buy silver and you stick it in a solar panel for 10, 5, 10 years, that's not coming back to the market for a while. And I think people kind of woke up to that earlier this year, and now we're in this kind of, really convex part of the trade. And for people that are trading short term, it's really interesting. It's also really dangerous because the banks are probably clocking down their risk. They're not, the VAR or whatever is getting cut. They're warehousing less risk. And so you should really expect to see way more dramatic intraday moves. And you also see a dynamic which is repeated the last couple of days, which is the West sells and the East buys. And so overnight, the prices creep up, and during the day, the prices get, pushed down. And that makes sense because metal is physically moving east, right? COMEX inventories are going down. There's this insatiable demand. You see ETFs in China that trade silver trading at like 40% over NAV. So that's telling you the dynamic. And so I think you want to really watch those, watch those themes, watch that data. For solar, you want to watch how much copper substitution is really happening, how long it's going to take. There's some rumblings that it's going to take that's starting to happen. And, the bears are going to use that for sure. But the reality is, if you're a Western investor using a playbook from the 90s, you're just, or even the early 2000s, you're just not clocking what's happening. And then the last thing that's happening is we need to build a bunch of stuff. We need more compute. We need more data centers. We need, we kind of know what to build now, which we didn't for a long time after, almost a financial crisis. So I think that that's why you see stuff going up and, paper trading where it is. And lastly, and I'll kind of, stop with the ramble, but if you are short dollars because you think that people are going to, puke their dollar assets, I think you have to watch out for your stocks and your US bonds, because that is the asset that they will sell. They're not going to go out and sell futures against the dollar. Most people don't trade currencies. When big money moves, they sell their stocks, they sell their bonds. And so, I'm not a huge fan of going super short the dollar here, especially if you're already long metals, which are implicitly short dollars. So, that's kind of the medium term. And then the tactical, you guys are all over that. So you probably know more than I do.
Well, that wasn't a ramble. That was great. And I think it laid it out in such a simple way that everyone can digest. And if you look at what's happening in the markets, you look at the overnight volumes in futures in metals, it's at record levels. I mean, it shows you that it is the Asian trade that's happening there. And I guess the question I have for you is, why can't Bitcoin thrive in this then? If you talk about that story in China, why can it not thrive in this? Because when you go to get out of, you go use the silver as an example, it's going to sit there for a long time. So I understand that story. It's very clear to me. Gold, people hold it for a while, then they sell it. Bitcoin, you push a button and you're out. Good luck trying to get out of the silver trade or the gold trade when it starts to come back down, if you own physical, right? I mean, I don't necessarily know how easily that will be done, and that will create a ton of volatility in metals. So why not Bitcoin?
I think a couple of reasons. One is, there was this meme, I think like 5 years ago, Jack Dorsey and so said like, oh, Bitcoin's linked to the price of energy. But Bitcoin consumes energy. You need to consume energy to create Bitcoin. The framework that I like for silver is that silver through solar generates electricity. And so you could actually think about solar, and this is way more true at $20 an ounce than 100, okay? Because the economics have shifted radically. But at $40 an ounce, there was actually a really positive carry that came from kind of, if you conceptualize it, buying a bunch of silver, putting in a solar panel, generating electricity. right? If you do the fully, capex weighted IRR, you're getting like 12% on your silver or whatever. That's not true anymore because the price is so much higher. But that kind of reveals the distinction between digital gold and real gold or real silver, which is real gold, real silver go into stuff. We need stuff, and Bitcoin is not stuff. Bitcoin is, a database. The other thing I think that's happening, which is a little bit underreported, is I think people are spooked about quantum. I think that I'm not a quantum person. I don't really have a view here. I stopped out of some of my more aggressive Bitcoin earlier this year because the price action was just so terrible. And I think people are kind of doing that as well, where they're seeing the metals and they're saying, oh my God, this is the trade. My asset isn't performing when the fundamentals are kind of aligning with my view. And that is usually a good time to get out. When the world is doing what you thought it would and you're not making money, that's a real red flag. And so that's usually something else is happening. And so again, I'm not an expert here, but my view is there's something going on with quantum. Quantum seems more real. People are getting worried. I'm hearing about people trying to launch quantum proof crypto coins and that kind of stuff. So I think there is a little bit of a worry. And that is super spooky if you're thinking about it as a digital gold thing, because it means that, the duration of gold is infinity in essence. Like you're going to be able to sell that in 1,000 years. Like literally, it's a 1,000-year track record. Bitcoin, if it only makes it 10 years, is radically less valuable than if it's around forever.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you did write a piece on just a day ago on U.S. dollar. So can you talk about that a little bit more? And because the consensus trade is short the dollar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big believer in the school of diversification, which is, even though you're best, you're not going to be 100% right. You need to hedge some of your risk. You need to put your eggs in multiple baskets. And the stuff trade, especially if you're investing through the Western futures, Western ETFs, Western assets, you are borrowing dollars to buy gold. Let's just use that example. Okay. That means you're short dollars. And stocks are short dollars too, US stocks, but stocks move at 20 vol, 15 vol, that kind of thing. The dollar moves at 5 or something like that. And so you don't really feel it, you don't really see it. And there's so much idiosyncratic risk that it really, kind of dominates the return profile. When you're talking about gold, it has a lot of dollar in it. Okay. It has a lot because you're literally short dollars. So, if you really want a pure expression of the physical asset, you really kind of want it long gold against all the currencies in the world, kind of, market weighted equal basket or whatever. And if you're worried about capital flight, and this is the trade that I pitched for years and years and years to all these pension funds that were like gobbling up private equity and venture capital and all these long duration pro growth liquid assets. I said, look, this is the perfect hedge for your book, which is short the RMB, short $200 of RMB, convert it into dollars, and then go buy $100 of gold and go long gold, long dollar RMB. Right? Because what happens, and you can see this in 2008 if you go look back, is that in times of monetary tightness, in terms of like credit, people flee to gold, but they also flee to dollars more than they flee to gold, and gold often depreciates relative to the dollar. So if you go look at the difference between gold in dollars versus gold in euros or gold in yen in 2008, gold was a great investment for people in euros or yen during the financial crisis. But there were times where the dollar move was so strong that if you were investing in gold in dollars, you took a loss, even though, gold against everything else was doing really well. So I like to go long dollars against my long metals in a lot of cases, because I think it kind of hedges me out from that kind of, is the dollar in, is the dollar out, faddish move, flows moving in and out of these other currencies. The Fed does something you don't expect. A lot of that short-term move versus the euro and yen is driven by short-term interest rates, which, if there are people who are really good at trading that. If you are not an expert in short-term interest rates and short-term capital flows, I don't want to take a lot of risk on euro dollar or something. It's a very hard market to trade.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. What we've been talking about inflation, and now we're seeing all these commodity prices start to rise, and it's across the board, right? So do you think that we see kind of a resurgence of inflation, and what does that mean for the Fed and everything else of that nature?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, prices are demand minus supply, right? So if demand grows faster than supply, price goes up. If demand grows, less fast than supply, price goes down. AI is incredibly deflationary, I think, over time, right? it's going to make the price of a lot of things, services in particular, go down. And we have a service economy. And what you're seeing with the price of stuff, copper, these minerals, gold, all this other stuff, is people going, oh my goodness, we need to go buy stuff and build again. And so, yes, on its face in those assets, PPI should probably be a little bit higher. You would think tariffs would impact, but inflation's been really surprisingly non-responsive to tariffs. Remember, like a year ago, everyone was like, "Oh, tariffs, we're going to have 10% inflation," and nothing happened, right? So I think that there's a lot of dynamics that people just don't, fully understand, and the market doesn't fully understand. And the question is, does all of this building of stuff create more supply that in the long run actually drives inflation down? I don't know. I know that conflict is inflationary, which is another rant that I have periodically on my Substack, which is you have to watch out for, deglobalization, which is a real thing. And to some extent, I think what's happening is deglobalization more than de-dollarization, where people are saying you used to be able to know that in 2 years, 5 years, you're going to be able to buy whatever you need for your supply chain. That's just not true anymore. And so people are, scrambling for supply chains, scrambling for physical assets, scrambling for stockpiling. And I think that is part of what you're seeing in metals as well, which is you cannot count on sea lanes in 10 years that you could 20 years ago. And that means that huge pools of capital have to reconsider their asset allocation. And that's what you're seeing today. People had too many stocks and bonds and they didn't have enough gold and silver. And that's how it can go up 5x and still potentially be a buy, even though I don't know if I'd go fully long right here as a new trade, right? I'm sitting on a bunch of gains and using options to manage my risk so that if it pukes 30%, I'm like no crying in the casino. But I think I'm still a bull basically.
We've only got a couple minutes left, and I just want to talk to you about equities again, just because just really the lack of any sort of real volatility with everything we're seeing in the metals market. And I understand this story that you're saying. I mean, it's very clear. Like I said, I'm a recent subscriber to your Substack, and I think it's phenomenal.
Thanks.
And I continue to scratch my head and look at what's going on in the equity market, and I go, why is it so quiet? I mean, it's busy in the middle, but on the edges of where range would expand, there's no one there. Why do you think that is?
Well, you can't shorten mag here, right? Like the AI thing is real. The more, if you're in tech Twitter or SF Twitter, which, I spend a little bit of time in, you see all these hackers kind of getting super excited about buying computers again. They're literally buying computers and installing the AI and letting the AI run their computer. And if you have experience with Claude Code and that kind of stuff, you realize that this kind of very buzzy thing of agents, which really just means like you give the chatbot like the power to do stuff and like access to files and like, information and security keys and that kind of stuff, which is scary, is kind of doable now. Like 2 years ago, you couldn't trust a robot with your email. Now you can kind of trust a robot with your email. And so I think that is a big thread, and people are looking around, scrambling for ways to invest in this. Memory is going, vertical. I'm long memory. Korean stocks look pretty good. But on the edge, you have this gigantic weight from the Mag 7 because that's the primary vehicle. But you have software kind of taking a bath. And I think that kind of makes sense because those kind of expensive software stocks where you can just make software now in your computer, again, you don't need that many engineers. People are starting to question whether they deserve those multiples. And so that's really the tell for me of when you see the selling, because I think people are really resistant to sell their NVIDIA, sell their, Microsoft, Google, whatever. But they are going to say, oh, you know what? I have too much tech in general, get me out of the rest of it. And so that's where I think you really got to watch. And, net, I'm short stocks, but again, I'm super long metals. And so it's a hedge. But I think if you're worried about the dollar, you have to be less bullish, just general US stocks. Because eventually, if the politics gets really bad, they will puke the Mag 7. The institutions in Europe and Japan and all those different places will say, oh, we got to reduce America. And that's going to be, S&P, that's going to be treasuries. And so, I try to position for when the flows will hit, which is more of a medium term bet. But I think just watch those software stocks is a really good tell.
Yeah. Alex, this was fantastic. It's great to meet you. Everybody in chat, I think if Alex had my hair with that mustache or I had his mustache with my hair, I don't think there's anything we couldn't do. Right. Go follow what Alex is doing on X. Check out his Substack. Like I said, I'm new to following you, Alex, but I'll be following you for forever now, man. I think your stuff is great, and hope everybody on the chat goes and checks out what you're doing as well. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we got to make it quick
I know.
because we got to go to farm. But one thing about the AI being deflationary over time, I totally agree with them. I was listening to CNBC driving in the morning, and usually I don't get much out of that segment. Sorry, that's not really good. But they were talking about how Starbucks is going to be using an AI recorder now at the drive-through. So when you drive up, you talk to an AI person, and then the people are going to just be making the drinks, and they've got it down to where it's unbelievable to where it can understand the different dialects, the different, everybody talks differently. I don't talk the greatest myself, but, but you think about things like that and where AI is going to start coming into play. It's pretty cool. But overall, I think that Alex he makes it really simple for us.
Really simple. Perfect. He was fantastic. We will definitely have him back again.
Yeah. A lot to talk about with him. All right, Shai, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Selma says that Taco Bell had that already for understanding the AI voice. Could they understand you, Farm? Good morning.
Good morning. How are we doing?
What's your Taco Bell order? Do you go to Taco Bell?
Not really. Very often, anyways. But if I'm
Nachos
in a real
Grande.
pinch, I'll grab some soft tacos in a pinch, I guess.
All right, let's get right into the charts this morning. Although there's not a ton to talk about, I think, for equity indexes for us, but we'll see. Well, let's go to the S&P. I'm going to go to my daily chart. So here we are, Farm. Again, I look at this and I go, is it worth my time and my money right now, short or long? Not really. I mean, it just really isn't. I think that there's so many other places to be trading where there's activity. Obviously, we're focusing on the indexes right now, so we're going to talk about them. But I look at it and go, if they can't start going from here, then we just come right back down. I mean, I think that's just really what it's been. We talked about the peekaboo high where they just get above the recent high and they come back into the range. And here we are now grinding back above the open from the Globex session. And we're sitting here at 70.25-ish. And it's like, if they can make a high this morning and maybe into the next couple of days, into the end of the month tomorrow, into the beginning of the month next week, maybe this thing has some legs. And actually, even though we're going higher, maybe volatility increases. But if we can't, I mean, it just looks like, why stop back in the middle? We go back to the lows. That's just what it feels like to me. I just don't have a lot of ways to manage risk or do much here from a swing basis in equities right now. I want to point out what's happening here in NASDAQ. NASDAQ had a much stronger move outside of the recent range and the highs. And so that's from the recent highs, but it hasn't had a strong move outside of the all-time high. The all-time high going back here is 26,399. So you have a scenario where the S&P moved weaker out of the recent high and NASDAQ stronger out of the recent high, but yet NASDAQ's not making all-time highs. Just the divergence in these indexes just makes me look at them and go, good for maybe day traders. Just keep it really small. I just don't have a lot of idea of what this market could do. I think it needs to show me a lot more. And when I look at Russell, I think it's contained now. I mean, I got a sell signal off of my beacon indicator, which is free. I think as long as we stay below 2703, we're going back to 2619. And I think it's just a rotation. Again, Russell's back below that recent high that I had marked out from a while back. And here we are. I mean, it's just as like these divergences and these rotations, like Craig said earlier, there's sectors within the indexes that are very busy and they're doing a lot. When you look at the indexes themselves, that's not where the action is. We'll quickly take a look at gold. Again, I keep it super simple. When we're above a 9-day moving average and the mouth of the Bollinger Bands are open, I talked about this in my recent Chart Fanatics episode to give you guys a better idea of this. You can go and check that out. I don't fade it. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, you see that in gold. You see that in silver. You see that in platinum. But what I do like for short-term day traders is that this is where the action is, and you can trade micros in it. I think equity indexes is just not a lot there for me. I think the trade that I like the most and will continue to like the most, I think for at least the short to medium term, is crude oil. I think crude oil is now showing signs of really potential here. When I look at crude oil on the daily, the Bollinger Bands are just starting to expand just a couple of sessions ago. We're not too far above the 9-day. I think if we pulled back a little bit, that would be good. I would start to look for longs from a swing perspective. I think crude oil is going to be headed up to 69. I can't believe it happened on my chart. It even spills over into crude. This is amazing. But I think that's probably where we're headed. All joking aside, that's the level I actually do have. So that's where I think we're going. I think it's just going to take a little bit to get there. But again, that's kind of my rundown. I'm more focused on crude than anything. That's my favorite look in the charts right now. What do you see, Farm?
Yeah, I like crude. I'm definitely going to be getting caught up on charts this weekend after being out of town with crude and the metals. Maybe add copper as well. I hate trading crude when there's like the geopolitical risk issue. You get that like war premium, and then you get the post, war fear discount. And I'm not a huge fan of that. So I'd be looking to see how it washes out after like some kind of action or taco or whatever. But we waited for so long for what was it, the April low? I mean, really, just like everybody on this network was like, we got to take out that low, and then this thing can go. And here we are, right? So it is looking very constructive. I do like it. I need to get updated and get long in that space for sure. Equities, I think I said this yesterday. It definitely has been a game of who sucks less in equities. I agree. It's just been very blah, new highs, shit the bed, and then you finally get some volatility to the downside and sellers panic cover, so it just no follow through at all. I will say, it's actually maybe a sign of strength how overall resilient they have been given all the liquidity flowing elsewhere, right? I mean, with what metals are doing, not just from like the doomer perspective of like indices must go to hell if metals are bid, but just there's liquidity flows, like money is chasing elsewhere, and yet equities still have not broken down. So, I think, in the bull column, there is that. I do have some of the concerns that Alex mentioned, which I had not heard of him before, and I just followed immediately on X. It was definitely a good conversation. I grew out of stash one time, and my wife said, to me, just when I thought you couldn't possibly look any fatter, you find a way to do it. So no stash for me, but that was great with Alex. But I agree that at some point, I think there is the risk of a little bit of flight from U.S. dollar-based assets. There's just so much going on, right? And Trump is so volatile that if you're ex-U.S. and you're looking at your gains year to date in your local currency, you're getting your ass kicked based in many currencies, right? For the last 3 months, equities basically sideways. Like you mentioned, the NASDAQ has not made a new high. You're eating shit in your local currency as the dollar goes to hell. So at some point you have to be like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't be so heavily U.S. invested. And then for U.S. managers, when the dollar is weak, rest of the world, emerging markets can be bid. And all of, U.S. money managers are just, long to the tits, U.S. equities. That's it. Mag 7 might have to look at it and be like, well, maybe I should be reallocating here. Look at emerging markets. So those are some of the risks that I see. Don't listen to me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Craig would be better about those kinds of things. But, those are some of the big picture risks and why I think we continue to see some weakness. But again, the fact they haven't broken down, isn't bad here. But anyway, short term, for today, it's interesting because, yesterday was a bit of a hangover day. I mean, we had this huge overnight move. And then we came in and, SPX actually never traded above a tick above its open. ES did very briefly, but then sold off. So that was interesting that it couldn't even come close to bidding its open. And then ES actually overlapped value lower yesterday relative to prior day. Whereas NQ actually gapped value higher. So there was this little structural conflict we had there yesterday. But the fact that ES overlap value lower did not take out a prior day low is suggestive that maybe we're going to see some forced balance here. And then also look how close this overnight session has come repeatedly to yesterday's high and not taken it. And that's after having taken yesterday's cash hours low. We took that out overnight on that some early volatility. I don't know if Trump was going to throw some bombs or whatever. But so it's a little bit heavy, but nothing crazy. I still think that ES is fine above 69.69, but actually building up volume up here is fine. Maybe we get a prior day low taken out, maybe we don't, but building volume generally above this 14 to 16 is constructive to me. 70.14, 70.16. We still have an ETH high on ES. We still have an ETH high on NQ. And interestingly, NQ I see as being just a little bit structurally weaker here overnight now after the earnings. And I don't think I've fully updated the NQ chart on the 5. But basically like this kind of 200 spot, I would say from yesterday, you can see there was a bit of a double distribution day yesterday. So 212, 200 roughly. My weekly level I've been using is 180 to 200 on NQ, anywhere in that range. Generally, if we're finding offers below, call it this 180, you could see some weakness, which would be interesting given, the response to earnings, Meta, Tesla, et cetera. Microsoft wasn't that great. But I think you watched those, right? Because we had, ASML reported the night before last, and that move was completely given back. And then, so we'll see what Meta, if Meta can hold the gains, if Tesla can hold the gains. I think that's going to be very, very important to watch for today. But generally, again, I think this is two-way trading in here. It's been a very weak tape. You're almost looking at your, gamma, Vanna, banana positions on the 0-day map and just sort of trading both sides based on that. So you've got people like you had Vol Signals on a couple of weeks ago, I think, that capture some of that information. Leverage that until there's like any kind of a meaningful break higher with conviction, which we still don't see. We have not seen. It's just these news highs and then shit the bed. Or we see, some kind of multi-week balance break to the downside. This thing's not really going to do a whole lot and, chase your shiny rocks for a little bit.
Yeah. Again, the indexes, they don't look bearish. They look more bullish than bearish. But when we get up here, it's just a lack of participation. I think that's a concern for me. When I look at it, you get up here and it's just a ghost town. Volume drops. No one wants to do anything. And I know that markets can go higher. It's not the volume itself. It's just a lack of interest up here. You need some momentum to push through high with any conviction. And I think all of these divergences continue to play out in the tape, and you see it in the indexes. They just don't want to get any legs one way or the other, and that's why we keep seeing mean reversion. We'll see what happens in the next couple of days. Tomorrow's end of the month, too. Typically going to be a busy session, especially on the close, end of the month of January, so we'll see. Again, Farm, thank you so much for joining us here. This is your Friday with us. Everyone, make sure you follow Farm on X. Check out what he's doing with his Substack, and don't forget don't miss the Sunday night show with Farm. Must-watch TV. Thank you, buddy.
We'll see you. Take care, Deli.
All right, everybody. A quick preview, and then we've got a little bit of an announcement that we'll put in the chat for you guys to go in and sign up for. But quick kind of going back to what happened this morning, what we talked about on here. Again, metals doing metals things. Metals are where the action is. It was really interesting hearing Alex talk this morning about what's happening in Asia. We all know that there's been that big amount of activity happening in the overnight sessions. Alex makes a lot of sense in understanding what's happening with the metals, and you can see why they're so busy in the Asian session. So again, if you didn't check out that segment, I would highly recommend later today you go back and check out what's happening there. Again, talking about the bond market, right now bonds sitting below 115. That was a MenthorQ level that Fabio talked with Jimmy about earlier, and we continue to see bonds slip a little bit ever so slightly. And I do think that bonds, equities, very quiet trades that I don't think that a lot of day traders are particularly loving at the moment, but don't sleep on them. If you start to see bonds start to slip a little bit, I do wonder if that starts to bring some volatility in the equity indexes. So pull up that ZB chart just to keep an eye on it. And again, really the dollar is kind of flat against everything today. Not a lot going on in currency land, although they have been pretty busy. You saw Jack, who's going to be on next, trading the yen yesterday, and I love to see it because I think that's where really there's more action and more activity for day traders right now, is in currencies, is in metals. Indexes are a little bit quiet, and as I talked about earlier with Farm Energy, I still think crude right now is the cleanest trade. I do think it's headed to 69 in the upcoming sessions. Now, we have a four-way battle coming up here on NinjaTrader Live, the arena competition. That is going to be on Wednesday, February 4th at 9 a.m. Eastern. It's a free simulated futures trading competition. Be sure to check that out. That link is in the chat. Sign up. We're going to be doing giveaways during that segment, and you get to see the boys battle it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully, you guys will join in on that action. Like I said, the link is in the chat. You can subscribe or register there. Now it's time to get ready to trade the open with Nick for a tick and Jack of all trades. boys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How was the night in Miami last night, Jack?
I don't like to go out when I got to wake up and trade the next day. So it was pretty calm. I spent 4 hours at the Apple store switching over my phone. That was the extent of my night, which was very frustrating.
Well, even in Miami, that's actually a pretty fun night. There's probably a lot of little action
The
going on.
people watching,
Yeah.
watching at the Apple store in Miami is supreme.
Yeah, it definitely is. Nick, how you doing?
I'm good, Deli. I'm actually I'm heeding your advice and I guess my own advice, and I'm actually looking at trading the metals today. The indices are dead to me, which means volatility is about to come right back.
That a boy, Nick. And Nick, I got to tell you, man, listen, you're my favorite in the four-way competition. Look at everyone keeps doubting you, and you keep rising to the occasion, man, showing these boys who's boss and all of them. They always think it's going to be X, Y. He ends up coming in last, and you ended up winning it. Or it's always, it's going to be fun, but you're my guy right now.
Well, I appreciate somebody believing in me. Yeah, even after, in the 3 competitions that we've done live on the show, I have finished first and second. So yeah. I don't know where the hate comes from, but it is what it is. Clearly, I'm just a good simulated trader. Maybe that's why I did so well in props for a long time than I am trading my own money sometimes. So we'll have some fun with it. It should be cool to kind of chirp back and forth with the boys next Wednesday. So if you have not registered, please do join us. Hang out with us all day.
Yeah, it's for fun. Jack, let's take a look at your screens. I'm curious to see what you're trading. Every time you come on, I'm always curious to see what you're trading. I love that you go in and you trade everything. And so talk us through what positions you have on right now.
Yeah, so I'm long the Swiss franc and again the yen here, which they're basically the same trade, which I don't always like to be in. They're going to move together, but if you look at just the setup, I'll say is the same. So let me just blow this up here. I have a white. So big leg up out of the low here, and then this is just the midpoint of that leg, and it's the same trade. So dollar weakness seems to be the same, although the metals are moving. Everybody knows that. The thing is, the volatility, there's only like a couple of entries where I really feel comfortable. And if you look at like silver or gold, they actually did the exact same thing. When markets move in aggressive uptrends, they'll create a leg and they'll come to that midpoint, and that midpoint will be bid. My theory is that there's programs involved in that bid. I've seen it enough, but you can go, if you just take a little fib tool, which everybody knows what a fib tool is, and just go to this drawing tool here, Fibonacci retracement, and you can draw this in the currencies, but you just draw that low to high here, and you can see we come down right to that 50% retracement, and then begin catching a bid, which allows me to limit my risk just waiting for that pinpoint. So that is my trade, basically the same setup in the 6J and the 6S here, and it's basically just a dollar weakness trade and a lower volatility entry compared to what you're seeing in silver, gold, and now today copper, which I was thinking in the back of my head, I was like, eventually copper is going to move. Well, of course it did it when I wasn't at my computer, looking at a 10% move here 10%. In the overnight session.
Yeah. Crazy. And, when you look at the currencies, the Swissy is up the most against the dollar, at least from the ones that I follow. So I like that trade as well. It's the strongest one in the space. And again, not to get too macro in this segment, but boy, when the Swissy's going up, that's really typically a sign of like money moving out of dollars, and they're a little concerned out there. And you wonder again what this all is going to eventually do for equities as they're just, again, kind of not so busy. But who knows? That could change today. But I like both those trades because those trades are actually, like you said, they're all feeding into each other right now. That's where the real action is. Currencies, metals, stuff moving out of the dollar. And I wish more day traders would take a look at these products. And actually, I think, Jack, a lot of people that they haven't traded these products, they might be better products for them in general. Maybe just not right now. Not the NASDAQ and the S&P isn't for everybody. They forget there's other markets out there.
Totally. And I think, like anything, you do what you're comfortable with. And the biggest thing to change is just like the take value, understanding what your monetary risk is per trade. But a market's a market to me. I use the same strategies across all of my markets, so it's easy for me to change. I know a lot of people use like order flow and tape reading, and I think like on a really small time frame, you can't really pay attention to that many when you're looking at every single big order coming through. If it's influential for your decision, I think that'd be pretty hard to do for multiple markets. I don't necessarily use those strategies. I'm more of like a price level momentum driven trader. So I look for markets with momentum and then determine price levels where I think I can limit my risk and then enter in on those trades looking for a continuation of a new high. So different strokes for different folks, but I always encourage people. I say when I trade one market, I tend to overtrade that market because I'm forcing trades. When I trade multiple markets, it allows me to pinpoint my higher time frame entries a lot better.
Yeah. No, I think that's spot on when you're talking about trading the multiple markets. And I think on the order flow side of things, when you get into indexes, order flow, at least in my experience, it's gonna be a lot more meaningful in like a market like the S&P or the NASDAQ. When you get into currencies, it could even be a little bit misleading. You've got a lot of different kind of dynamics that go on there. I like order flow for the S&P and the NASDAQ. I'm watching these guys. We're going to go to next charts next. I think when you're trading those types of markets, because of the zero DTE options and because of the way the order flow comes in, I've seen a lot of good come from traders that trade using order flow for those short-term movements. But like you said, different strokes for different folks. Nick, let's take a look at what you've got coming into today. I know you said you might be dipping into the metals, but I'm sure you probably have one eye a little bit on the indexes, as we've seen the S&P now break maybe a little bit, $10 over the last little bit of time here. What are you seeing coming into the open?
Yeah, I kind of was joking. The indices, at least temporarily, are dead to me because even a good quarter allegedly from Meta, a interesting one from Microsoft yesterday, but the Mag 7 starting to report, and even that didn't get the NQ kind of out of bed, and all we did was barely push above the little ceiling of 26,000 that we've kind of been trading in a range at for the last almost month or two. So even today, coming into the session, looking at NQ, looking at ES, we're kind of just sitting in the ES at the very least, like just below the all-time high. So, and more specifically on the NASDAQ, just given that we just saw Microsoft and Meta and Tesla report yesterday, I'm curious to see, do we get any sort of push down here to kind of retest the top of that range at 26K? If we don't get that and we just kind of meander continually above this spot, the little 26,100, it's like I have no interest in continuing to try to look at these these markets currently. If that's not going to get us going, and if anything doesn't really happen with the end of month tomorrow, I'm going to focus a little bit more kind of back into metals. And I do agree with what you guys are saying as far as like order flow and things. As far as the indices, like, yeah, it does work. But when I have looked back at metals like yesterday, thinking I'm going to trade gold or I'm looking at crude, it really can be more beneficial just to kind of be more level by level support and resistance, just basics of trading with stuff like that. Even just looking at trying to find trades today in metals, and I know we're going parabolic, so it's kind of not the best example there, but it really does just kind of trade technically sometimes. So that is kind of why, at least today, like, I'm going to look to trade GC and just see if we can not find any sort of interesting trades. Like even this morning coming into the green room here, like I took a short off the rejection of the OR high, and I got one off on the little flush below 5540s, which kind of is basically the session's range, more or less, or most of the overnight's range. So same thing. I'm just kind of dead with the indices for the moment. I don't know how much I want to trade them. I want to trade something that's moving, that's got momentum, that I don't feel like I'm just going to be stuck in all day with no momentum one way or the other. So I'm probably trading gold today.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. When there's volatility, there's opportunity. You could be wrong a couple of times, and know that you're going to have a trade right around the corner. If you're wrong or in the S&P or the NASDAQ early on, then you may not get another opportunity if you're just binary to those markets. I mean, again, it doesn't mean that you should go and trade other markets and search for stuff, but if you build that into your repertoire and you start doing it like we see Jack do on a regular basis, and expanding into other markets, it allows you to kind of burn that energy too, right, Jack? It's not talked about enough because a lot of times people will end up over trading the market because they're trying to search for something. Because you really search for one specific or a few specific setups, when you see it in different markets, you may not trigger in that market and you don't care. So you may not trade the S&P or the NASDAQ for weeks on end, and all of a sudden it's wherever that trigger is. And so again, it's how you position yourself and how you build into yourself as a trader. So that's it for me this morning, guys. A couple things before I go. Show some love for my boys. Hit that like and subscribe button. We're getting near 200K subscribers. We've been growing at such a rapid rate. It's been crazy. Since 150, we're already at 178. Help us get to 200,000 followers, subscribers here on NinjaTrader Live. Best chat in the business. I mean, every morning you guys make me laugh. I love when you guys bust my chops a little bit, just a little bit. No, I'm kidding. And really, just the community here is there's just nothing like it. So appreciate all of you. Like and subscribe for my boys, and I'll see you guys later. Have a great trading day.
Thanks. Man, but yeah, another market. I didn't get to tell Anthony, but the freaking oil market, man, it is getting wild.
Yeah.
Like, everything's about to get really expensive. Seems like
it's interesting that like everything but the indices is like actually moving and is getting like massive range expansion. When, I mean, you and I had talked about, I feel like crude for weeks and weeks at times, and it really hadn't done nothing, even with us kind of talking about like a swing low, I think in like the mid 50s a couple of weeks ago, or like a month or so ago when you and I were on. And it's like, even from that, we didn't move a whole lot, but now finally
yeah, it was that channel that we were basically in from October to the beginning of January. We broke out of that channel, had one, daily pullback, and now we're sitting on a pretty heavy 3-day rally here in crude oil, which, sometimes you wake up and crude oil's already up 4%. That's why I said I do like the Asia session, because if you're going to begin a trend, you're going to begin it in the Asia session. And it's just going to go all day, and you're going to wake up and, we got markets up here. I mean, copper's up 10%, silver, of course, up 6%. I looked at my phone last night, and by 35 minutes into the open, gold was up 200 points, and it had just set a dollar record, not percentage change, but a dollar record the prior day. And then, 30 minutes into the evening open, we're up another 200 points, which was close to the record it set the day before. And it just makes you wonder, like, what's really going on?
Yeah, that was interesting, because I've had two people that are not involved, like two friends that are not involved in markets. Like one does more like commercial development, another one has his own company, and both of them completely unrelated because they don't know each other, texted me asking about metals yesterday because they know I do this, and they were like, what the heck is going on? And all I could really say is, like, first of all, I don't know, because you guys all know I'm not the biggest macro guy, but it really seems like metals are just in some kind of like global repricing as efficiently and as quickly as possible here, and that's kind of what we're getting. And I don't know what to make of it, but it's made for some great trading for a lot of people.
That is a great way to put it, as efficiently and quickly as possible. It's like suddenly, then all at once, which I actually had. This silver trade was a trade of mine. Like this, what's actually happening now was a trade thesis I had in 2020 during COVID, where eventually I thought we were going to get, longer time frame, some type of currency reset, and something's going to get pegged to the metals. Now, I don't know if that happens in our lifetime, but it will happen. It's always historically happened. But it seems like it's that trade. Like, it was still a great trade. I started buying physical silver at like $15, and I've held it since. But I didn't do any of that on this move. I've traded in and out of it, but nowhere near as much as I should have. And it's every day. I mean, from what I've understood and read, a lot of the physical demand is coming from China. Which is interesting, but I don't really know what that means in the end. But it just looks like a lot of things are getting really expensive when you price them in dollars. And the copper move here, I do think copper's next.
Why not?
Why not? You want to run some copper pipe through your house? Good luck.
Copper wires. I mean, yeah, it'd be. Sounds like that might affect. I mean, everything is it just seems like it's gotten absurd for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
Still watching this kind of 55-60s, 55-55 area in gold. Not like I'm trying to be the first idiot to step in front of the freight train last night that was gold, but I did take a short off the OR high with a 2 lot in GC. Got one off and then got stopped out. I got trailed out, not at break even, but for a few points of a loss. But so far, since gold is open, we've just been trading in a a tight range by last night's standard at the very least. So I'm going to be watching this. I will see if I take another trade in it. I'm also going to be watching the indices. You guys know it's still my first love. So we'll see if I, NQ and I are in a fight once again. So we'll see if I go back to her.
Yeah. The indexes, I kind of felt like what Crudele was saying, which there just isn't a whole lot of participation.
No.
If we can get back down to like a 26,050 area in the NQ, I'll take a look at it. I've just set some alerts at the bottom of ranges that I think will eventually trade, where I think higher time frame buyers are going to step in. But until we get those, I'm just sitting sidelined here. We hit my daily target in the NASDAQ yesterday in the overnight session, and then kind of sold off from that point. So I want to see us really load a larger level before I think we get technical. Oftentimes, when we get these choppy sessions that we were in specifically yesterday, and it seems like the overnight, there's not a lot of interest up here as well. We need to reset. That's how I look at it. We need to reset. We need to sweep out higher time frame traders. And then once you get that, it's like Sunday night we had that. Sunday night we had that reset. We swept out traders. We gapped down. Whatever the news was doesn't really matter. What matters is it takes out weak position traders, forces them back into the market at higher prices, creates that one-way participation. That's the type of tape I like to see. And, I want to see that earnings low taken out now and reset and then move higher. But everything inside of yesterday's range, the high of the day, the low of the day, I'm just going to avoid because I don't think it's going to be clean tape. It's still tradable, of course. Everything's tradable to some point, but like, where is the real edge?
Yep. It was just interesting. Even you guys were on during FOMC yesterday afternoon, and like, what a non-event that felt like. Just the market wasn't even moving. There was no volume really trading in the SPOOs during that presser. Like, it was one of those where if you were hoping for some event volatility, you were greatly disappointed. It was just interesting to see. Granted, I feel like Powell barely spoke about any sort of aspects of monetary policy or like anything actually going on. It was just political question after political question, and he just sidestepped everything and not said he wasn't going to answer, wasn't going to talk about it, or, this is not the forum kind of thing. So
is that why it took so long? Because I wasn't listening to any of the questions, but I imagine if he had to dodge those questions the whole time, it was just a big circle of them trying to get a headline clip out of Powell.
Mm-hmm. It seemed like it. And even like someone just said, like, event volatility was during the earnings of Meta and Tesla, but by historical standards, it really wasn't. Like, even in the after hours, like, we didn't move that much as far as in the NQ. Like, it wasn't anything to get excited about when we've had very insane moves, post earnings or right after the releases and into the calls.
Yeah, to see some of these percentage change moves, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, if you're looking at the index, it's dead. But I tell you what, there's definitely some markets that move going into it and now coming out of it.
Yeah.
And I think some people think that they're just waiting. That Fed, that everything was telegraphed of what the Fed was going to do. Right? There was no change. Like, there was nothing. So, traders that are, the big boys, they're positioned to do it. They know that number. And if you look at the markets from the beginning of this week and late last week into today, all of that was on this. And it's I'm getting a little worried. I'm not going to be able to buy the gold chain of my dreams. the Mr. T heavy, chain link, 5 pound, neck breaking. It's too expensive.
You'll just have to get on the next one. Like maybe we just start making platinum a thing. Like we try to make that happen. Like platinum chains, copper chains. Like before it goes parabolic, we just start to try to do that.
We're gonna copper chains. That's what I'm thinking. That's good. Copper chains.
Yep. That'll be it. We'll just start hyping up that. We'll get some influencers behind it. We'll get a rapper to do a music video, and that copper's the new thing.
We can definitely create a psychological operation around copper, but we first have to accumulate a large position long. The green neck, yeah.
The green neck.
We'll make the green neck cool though. Like that's all part of it,
Yes.
Like it's called Hulk neck. Like
guys, heavy metal poisoning is not a bad thing, depending on who you talk to. That's all. We're just gonna sell it the way I think a lot of people would try to sell. Never mind. I'm not gonna go down this rabbit hole.
And it also makes you hood, like if you have like a copper green ring around your neck, like you're clearly tough. You can handle heavy metal poisoning.
Yeah, I don't think the chat. You guys know we're making jokes here.
They're like telling us not to do it. Like, do not wear that.
We're well aware.
The Shrek neck.
Yes, I'm
get in or get out.
Get exposure to heavy metals. We're just gonna make lead happen. We're gonna bring back lead in everything. As a thickening, what is it? Like a thickening agent / what else was it used for?
Paint. Yeah, paint.
It was used in everything.
Shotgun shells. Can't use it for waterfall.
Yeah, we'll bring in mercury. All right, guys.
Now that idea is way, that's great. Jim with the edge alert. Treasury bonds trading near session lows. Next target's down at 114.16. All right.
Yeah. Like if you're looking at this week though in the indices, like you said, gap down, and we've just slowly just have drifted up the entire time. Really hasn't been the most fun week to trade. Just been slow drift up.
Yeah, I've
1,000 points. It doesn't feel like 1,000 points. I think majority of it because it occurred basically in the overnight Sunday into Monday. But
that's the thing. So much of the move was overnight that it was really hard to get like a great entry on. I mean, that one day we were on and the level I had traded and then retested overnight, and that was
Monday
like
afternoon.
That was it. It was like if you didn't get it, like you kind of missed a lot of the move.
Yeah, we had the opening drive push after the open, and then did nothing until we had the end of day liquidation of like 100 points. Like that was it. That was the whole session.
Yeah.
But chat. Good morning. Good morning. How are we all doing? A few minutes here till the open.
It goes well. I'm starting to recognize the names in the chat and the regulars.
Yeah. Plenty of regulars, and we do appreciate all of you guys. But we can get this out of the way. Make sure you've hit that thumbs up button before we get to the opening bell here in exactly 2 minutes.
Yeah, even I give the thumbs up button, by the way.
Yeah, it's part of my morning ritual.
We walk the talk. We walk the talk. Jack, do you only trade your futures currency trades, or you carry them over the next session? Rarely will I carry them. I do not typically do that. Hello, Jack. Where do you put your initial stop after a 50% entry? I would just say on a basis, the 61%, but it also depends on the size of your draw, because if you're drawing like a weekly chart halfway back, and the 61 could be significantly lower. So I look at two things, the amount of money, of course, that I'm risking, and then structurally, like, is there a structure I can put it below? Like here in the Swiss franc, I just have it basically below the low. But if I am just blanket, if I have to pick one stop every single time, it's going to be the 61 of my draw. I'm definitely not planning on selling copper because it's not a market I would short. So take a look at copper and you can know that I don't short a market that looks like that. I try to trade on the direction of the side of the path of least resistance. And in my opinion, the path of least resistance is higher, especially when you have 10% up. That's a clear signal that the path of least resistance is higher. But I don't really want to buy it up 10%. I need a pullback. The last pullback we had was that morning consolidation that really started breaking out before I started getting my morning going. Started breaking around 7 a.m. So I just set alerts on copper. I got an alert down at like 636 area right now, 637 area. If it gets down to 637, I'll kind of narrow my focus on it. And until then, I will just not care what happens with it. It's just on the higher end of a bullish range, and I will not be taking that.
And we are open. Trade safe out there, everybody.
The 6S versus the euro. I mean, they're really all the same trade. Like if the euro goes, the Swiss franc had the biggest move against the dollar. So that's one of the reasons. And there's a lot of talk going on about the yen right now. So that's why I like the yen better. The 6E is moving too, but I just don't think there's as much like. I always like to think about things like, is there chatter? Like, because there was chatter in the media about currency intervention in the yen. And I have no idea if that's going to happen or not or what. But if there's chatter in anything, you'll notice it moves more. So I try to pick the chatter ones. That's just not that that's like a scientific theory, but it's just something I think about. I do not use moving averages. I used to have them on my chart, but I never used them. So I was like, why do I have them on my chart? All right, we got everybody here now. Back up over our 1K subscribers.
What is going on with my chart?
Yeah, I want to see oil back at 65 bucks. I don't know if that'll happen today, but more speculation on eventual Iran strikes, I believe, is driving the price of that. GM or off the open.
Yeah, so far an absolutely thrilling NQ open here. About 40 points of range.
Well, I am with the strength, though. This was support in an NQ overnight, the 26,120 area. That's where the bid came from at 7 o'clock and then again at 8. Yeah, I actually thought Bitcoin was going to rally post FOMC. Did not happen, so I'm flipping my bias. I had a theory.
I've just thought it's really funny how much metals, real gold is significantly outperforming digital, quote unquote, digital gold.
Oh, yeah. Especially being in like the crypto capital of America, which I think Miami is.
Oh, yeah.
Is one of the crypto bros. I really like to see them lose money. I really enjoy that.
I do too, as somebody that has their own crypto story dating back to 2014 and has nothing to show for it outside of just sadness of just refusal to actually do any sort of research or hold any sort of amount that I had at that point for any reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm salty myself just purely based on
Salty
that.
in the FOMO.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I feel you.
Not when you owned a decent amount, not decent amount, whatever. You owned a reasonable amount in 2014 and just didn't think anything of it and immediately converted to US dollars several times.
I cried for you, my brother. You
What
must have been
did
working
I
hard,
know?
bro.
What did I know? I was a kid out of college.
Just trying to buy some pizza over the internet.
NQ with a nice flush there. Like I said, I would love to see the NASDAQ push back down to like 26K and then maybe show me something from buyers. If not, I would happily have this whole week kind of liquidate, whether it be tomorrow or whatever. Just retrace some of the structure from the week. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you actually wanted to trade it. But this is the spot yesterday morning that I was talking about, the 26,100s, which actually was the previous day low.
Nice pump in the YM here. Maybe that thing finally catches its bid.
Jack, which one is you're trading the yen? US dollar
Yeah,
yen?
6J.
It's 6J? Okay. I do not know the futures like currency pairs.
Yeah, I
I
don't
just know
know why.
6A.
Well, J is
6E.
Japan, I guess.
Oh, that makes sense. I guess that makes it
Yeah, and then like 6C is Canada, 6E is Euro, 6S is the Swiss franc. It's a little easier than the expiration letters on the futures contracts, which, even though somebody explained it, I really don't understand.
Microsoft just liquidating the NQ right now, down 10%. That
Oh my gosh.
that CapEx spend probably spooking a few people on the AI story of them, a bellwether just becoming a incinerator of cash at the end of the day.
Interesting. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking yesterday. I thought Meta was going to be the one to kind of bring it about, like talk about the expenditure of cash. I don't pay too much attention to these earnings calls, but yeah, I figured one of those was going to affect us. Like
I think it's
spending a lot of money.
I think it's the exponential growth of the cash burn more than anything else. Of just seeing like it just continues to like double quarter over quarter kind of thing. And I know Meta just wrote off Reality Labs basically and said like this is kind of dead and we're gonna reinvest. And that was like a 4 billion per quarter, like just cash hole. So I'm curious to see how it continues. That's the story. It's all the CapEx stuff. And look at how much like Oracle was spending on it with theirs and how there wasn't much of a an overall benefit just yet for how much they're spending. So I don't know. We'll see. That's going to be, I think, the story going forward for the foreseeable future with a lot of the Mag 7 and the AI story with them.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're going to trade the midpoint of the week or the halfway back of the week at some point before making a turn, and that's at 25,857 in the NQ.
Yep.
That's where I think we're headed. So that'll be my signal to re-engage.
Oh, look. A level Jack's talking about also coincides with a level I'd be watching right here around the 850s, 845s. Shocker.
You better really watch this one, Nick.
But yeah, we got a nice little 200-point flush there. XY, okay, watch out for Nick's macro forecast. You guys know when it comes to big tech, like I will happily not get macro, but it's my old industry. So I do know somewhat about the sausages being made.
You German?
No.
I didn't know Tick was a German last name. Okay, Caterpillar's driving the plan. Great stock, great American company. Machinery, amazing. Yeah, Bobby, was that in the, I think we traded the RTH halfway back in the NQ, I think I saw. Or are you referring to the RTH halfway back in long from this week? RTH stands for regular trading hours. Yes, we did. Good call. So, as Bobby Davis mentioned to me, who's one of my OG traders, 26,002 is the 50% retracement from Monday's low, not including the extended session. And that is where we are bidding right now. It's halfway back short versus halfway back long. All right, my yen is moving. I'm actually going to move up this target here in the yen.
Oh, did I just miss that?
DBS, you're saying that the midpoint is nowhere near 25,857. Please enlighten me where it is then, because that is where it is if you were looking at the overnight session. But you may have a different data than I have.
I mean, me just doing very simple retracements here. Yeah, 50 is for the entire week's range is like at the 850s, 857 roughly. Like I'm eyeballing my exact placement here, but close enough.
There's always, I always look at it two different ways. For the extended session, being measuring that, and then the regular trading hour session. But we're at the regular trading hour session right now. I just think there's a lot of momentum down here.
Yeah. As much as I would want to kind of knife catch this is that first place I could see us bouncing off of 26K. Like, I don't, with Microsoft down 10%, like, I don't know if I want to jump in, especially if the rest of the Mag 7 starts to get a little weakness here. It's just going to add to this momentum. And Meta's pulled back a little bit too. They were up 10% in the pre-market. Now it's only up 7. So if we don't hold this, yeah, I think we're heading down to the 840s for sure.
I like to have a rule of no knife catching till 9:45. I don't always follow that rule, and every time I don't, I'm like, what am I doing? Like instant stop.
Oh, I did miss it. I was watching some guy playing games here in GC at like 65s, and I guess I did miss that because I was watching NQ on the other screen. Somebody was sitting on the offer there, just kind of reloading. Interesting. But there goes NQ. So with the fact that gold is somewhat scary at the moment, just kind of whipsawing 20 points at a time.
I was saying you're trading two minis on there. That's a big move, or that's a big position for me at least.
I was in one, I scaled into another, and I scaled out of one quickly. But yeah, so it's with that how much range, 200 points. Like, yeah, it was a little scary even for me.
Yeah, what is that like?
I mean, my stop was like $600.
Yeah, fair. Just 40. I think top to bottom, of course, that'd be a $40,000.
Right.
You know, not a bad day.
When I trade size, guys, I mean, you've seen XY and I both trade size at times. Like our stops can be pretty tight, and I have no problem losing $600 to $1,000 on a trade if I feel like I'm getting a decent entry and can, run a tight stop with some size. But yeah, okay. NQ just gonna go. That's why I was kind of saying scary to catch here at 26K. It just gets a little slippery. Plus, think about just the way the week has been, where we've just kind of continued to just slowly drift up during RTH, and there hasn't been a lot of enthusiasm, hasn't been a lot of volume. We'll see how much enthusiasm there's now to buy the dip up here versus kind of back down here, perhaps towards the week open, where that 25,600 spot that we just have been stuck around for weeks and weeks and weeks. So we'll see how today goes.
Do I ever look at the prior day or week midpoint or only current? I look at the prior day midpoint. I do not look at the prior week midpoint. But I always one of the things I'll look at is, did we close above or below the mid? So, and that's just an easy way for me to determine if a market is bullish or bearish. Are we above the middle of that range? So like yesterday, the YM midpoint of the prior day would have been 49,140. And our 4 o'clock close, where's our 4 o'clock close? Is above that, just ever so slightly. It's like 49,160 area, so about 20 points above that. So I would be more bullish than the bearish. But like the other thing is, if all of the indexes close above their midpoint or half closed above, if half closed above, half closed below, I'm like, we're probably chopping around. Especially if both the ES and the NQ, which are kind of the leaders there, if they're both closing below, then I'm going to be a little more bearish. If they're both closing above, I'm going to be looking for long setups. It's just an easy way. And the way to measure a midpoint, for those of you guys who don't know, is you can use a Fibonacci retracement tool, and that 50% from the high to the low, where you can just do the math. What is the high? What is the low? Divided by 2. That is how you get your midpoint.
For our geniuses also in the chat, like I said, Max Evans continuing to push lower. Anyone know why Salesforce is down 7% today? Or just that's interesting because they didn't
related
report.
to Microsoft.
It could be like just the overall like CapEx spend from organizations, but that's an interesting poll for 7%.
And oh yeah, by the way, here we are on our way to the 25,857 midpoints of the week.
Yeah, I guess it's John. You're probably right. It's just all the software names getting hit. Thanks, Craig. Yeah, that makes sense.
Craig with the knowledge.
I didn't realize SAP too, which that would definitely
as
tie
much as
to the SaaS names.
As much as we might be a resource to the chat, you guys are a resource to us. Like I ask a question, it is answered by somebody, whether it's a NinjaTrader team or somebody in chat. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's why you guys are great. That's why I ask questions sometimes to the chat. Because I'm on the show, I'm reading things, I'm looking at markets, but I don't exactly can quickly understand and know the story. So appreciate you guys.
And that's why if you have not already, give it a thumbs up. We got 1,100 people watching and only 300 likes right now. So let's bump that up to 400 here in the next 30 minutes. We're also AI agents.
I really did miss that guy at 65s. And I can't even see it on this leg to leg, but there was somebody up here playing a little bit of games. Point of control, like there's a reason the point of control is up here. Somebody was screwing around and I missed that because I was going back to my first love, the toxic relationship with NQ, instead of paying attention to trying to find an order in GC. That's what you get.
already. There's that 9:45 rule. They'll catch you nice till 9:45. That 9:45 candle opens.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one.
Yep.
It's a good one.
It's interesting. Since you said that, just stuff
I'm telling you, dude.
I think about a little bit, just like waiting, letting the dust settle for like the first 15, 30 minutes, whatever, and then kind of reevaluating. Because it's like this, okay, here we are, like 10 minutes before that first 30-minute candle, and like this is a spot I can see sellers reoffering, or we get a stupid V out of nowhere and go up another 100 points.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, but I mean, I don't know if I'm going to trade the NQ, but it potentially offer around 26.42. That's just the mid of the range down. But yeah, that literally 9.46 is the low. But there's two time frames that I've noticed really just turn the market. I don't know. My theory is kind of there's in the morning there's those market orders that institutions, they don't really care what price it is. They're just out. They're just hey, I got 3 million shares of Microsoft to sell, and I want to get out. So I just think those sell orders just hit the tape for the first 15 minutes, or sometimes they're buy orders. They hit the tape for the first 15 minutes, and then they kind of like back off and like, all right, where are we at?
Damn. Well, there's your reoffer at 26K. Well, this is what I get, guys. I was talking about the indices being dead to me, and this has been very tradable thus far in NQ.
They got you to take your eye off the ball and look at gold. They're like, now we move it.
Yep. And I miss trades in both because I'm looking at two markets versus something I know how to read when it actually moves. But it is what it is, guys. Fly it here, you got it. That was what I was watching too. Yeah, I think that was a decent short because it could have easily went another 50 points, if not 100, if that tight stop little short there didn't work. So you could run it like that. Yeah, there's plenty, Jaro, there's plenty of opportunity in gold the way it's been moving, but I just it was something that I was trying to articulate what was happening at like 65s, and suddenly I look again like a minute later and it's 15 points lower. So that was just the bummer. It's just a good entry that I feel comfortable running a tighter stop with. Now I feel like I'm entering kind of in no man's land with the way it's been moving through the overnight.
All right. Jim with the edge alert. Crude oil futures trading near session highs, taking out $66. Yeah, I get it, Jim. I want to buy it, but it's too high. It's too high. Yes, I am on the couch again. I am trading from the couch. Not something I normally do, but actually pretty comfortable. Okay, CL I actually just had hit a 66.44 target. So I'm looking for a pullback in CL to 65 from here. We just inverted fair value gap on the high after consolidating sideways. I would love to take a short here, but it's in a long trend, so I'm not going to, but I definitely think that's the morning high for CL. And I will look for a move down to 65. Actually, that's a dollar move. Don't do it, Jack. But yeah, just inverse fair value gap here. Let me go to a 5-minute chart here. So, I always look on these tops, these third touches of trend lines or something I always watch. And then there's a very small fair value gap here. It's not even coded, and then we inverted that. We're sweeping below. I'm going to expect a retest of the breakout point here today down at 65. But here's my rule. This market's going up. Even if I think the short's the better trade, I'm not taking it. I'm waiting for 65 because the path of least resistance is higher. But I can tell you I think it's going down. I'm just not going to do anything about it. Better to be on the side of the big boys. That's what I've learned. What are the big boys doing? What are those dogs doing? Let's go. What's everybody doing? Who's in a trade that they really like right now? They expect a lot out of the rest of the day, so I can get in it with you. I'm gonna follow you. It's like I'm in X and it's going to Y. YM. Tell me what you're in and tell me where it's going.
Apparently the spoos are going to 0.
Yeah, the YM keeps defending that midpoint of the prior day, which is a 49,142. Just we've traded it a few times here and continued since 6 a.m. have continued to get bid up pretty decently. NG to $5. So yeah, someone was asking earlier what happened to the NG chart. That, my friend, is called rollover.
Don't worry. It got me too earlier this week. And I was like, what the heck? It said like down 40%. And then my brain turned off for 3 seconds. And I was like, oh, wait, rollover. Trading view is stupid.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, that's one of those products people probably really do take physical delivery on. They need that nat gas. I think they refer to that as backwardation and contango, different variations of futures products actually having seriously different prices. The S&P, there's like a little bit of a spread that is relative to interest rates. The same thing with the other indexes, but the spread between hard commodities that people actually use is what nat gas is wildly different. See, it's fun. Okay.
Data in 5 minutes. Oh, we have factory orders and wholesale inventories. Okay.
My nat gas strategy is based on the groundhog. So I believe if the groundhog sees its shadow, you go long nat gas, and if the groundhog does not see the shadow, you go short nat gas. What's his name? Philip? Groundhog strat. Yeah, Puxatawny Phil. Look up the data. How do you manage emotions? You eliminate them. You become a psychopath. You don't have any. Or you just put a stop in every single trade so you don't care. Every single trade, you keep the same size. You don't like hyper. Trading is about a series of 100 trades. It's not a series. It's not about the individual outcome of any one trade. And you have to position yourself in trade like that. You cannot be so tied to one outcome. And if you find yourself tied to one outcome, you're always going to be emotional. Now, trading, you can't avoid all of the emotion in trading, but you can try to eliminate some of them by maintaining consistent size, having a solid rule set, knowing what triggers you to make those mistakes. Some people it's over trading, some people it's moving their stop. You have to really do that.
Oof. Yeah, and ugly. That is what I get.
Bitcoin's getting smacked. Okay, I really think Bitcoin's going to take out the range low. Finally, we've been inside of for some time. This is going to be the final liquidation of this, like what is the November 21st low here in Bitcoin. I just needed to get short. And here we are, 25,857. This is the midpoint of the week. Now, I'm not sticking my neck out here because we're range expanding.
Well, that was violent.
There's that 10 o'clock data. It's extremely volatile. That's a 75-point range here right off the bat. 94 previously. Moving fast. I'd rather see structure build here, personally, the way it's trading.
Deli, is this my fault? I started talking bad about the indices and they decide to do this. I think I jinxed this, guys. Like, I really think this is my fault.
Could be.
Systematic my ass. I mean, Nick's on stream. Like, there are weird things that happen.
Yep. No.
I have angered the white van one too many times.
Definitely looking like people want out. Everyone's buying gold. Sell companies, cash producing assets, forget about it. That is no longer an investment strategy. You need gold and wood, like Pluto Nash. Anybody ever seen Pluto Nash? Wood becomes the most valuable thing because everybody lives on the moon. That's where we're going.
All right, well, let's just take a picture of the longer time frame thus far. Would be interesting to see us head back all the way to about 600s to be the week open.
Go through I'm going to pull up the NQs.
But I could also see us bouncing like right here, right now.
We're going to use my 5-minute bar strategy. I'm going to just pull this over here. So I like to see sell-offs last 25 minutes, and then whatever support we're at that 25 minutes, and I'm like, all right, that's the one. So we have 1 bar here, 2 bar here. We'll see. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but 1 bar here. But if it is at a support, 1 bar here, 2, 3. So like another 10 minutes. I have a level at 25,688. I don't know if we're going to be down there, but if we are in another 10 minutes, that's quite a move. That would be the next thing I have. Oh my goodness.
Yes, chat. I think I did do this. I was talking about how toxic NQ is and our poor relationship, the fact that we're in a fight, and here we are.
Whoa.
Join along with that guy. Let's see. Okay. Well, I tried.
Now the question for me is it time to just actually participate in shorts in the indexes? Like, not that I would sell down here, but I'm thinking some pops are going to get sold over the next couple of days of this move.
I could see it. It'll be interesting to see how end of month kind of shakes out tomorrow too.
Yeah.
Dang. They really did just wick me out of that. And then go. Shocker.
Boy, oh boy.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
You shorting this to 0?
My short's going to be a bit above where we're currently trading, so it could take some time to go in, but I just
back to the 860s, 850s. I'd be interested, maybe trying to reoffer if we go back up there.
gold gapped down.
Yeah,
we've run into liquidity problems.
100 points ago, we saw that guy playing games in the 65s and clearly with some size.
Yeah, a 60-point candle there on the 5-minute chart in GC. Nice.
No, my charts are not lagging. I have 2 different data feeds going to behind the scenes, and they're both the same. But yeah, there is a slight delay to YouTube, guys, if you didn't know that. No, I did not take shorts. I was trying to get in at 26K, and then I was also watching GC. So, yeah. I played myself today thus far.
Very fast moving.
Yeah, it's hard unless okay, the easiest trade I would say was the 26K reoffer short. Everything else you would have had to just be like kind of blindly jumping along the train with sellers, which 9 times out of 10, that is usually a poor decision in this market. At least it has been for the last year, just blindly jumping in with any momentum to the downsides because it just gets V'd out of nowhere.
Yeah, unfortunately, my currency positions are now moving back, and I would imagine that now we're having a dollar safety flight with gold cracking here too. Dollar safe, dollar's not safe, dollar safe, dollar's not safe.
Gold is ugly now. Heading down to the overnight low.
Bitcoin about to take out that Sunday night low.
Man. This guy. Yeah, if anyone was wondering what I was talking about, you see all of that volume right here. Point of control sitting there. Still going. God, we're going to head down to the settlement from yesterday. In fact, we're going to fall 300 points in gold.
Order canceled.
I'm just taking out these positions.
Order filled.
At least one of them.
5,300. I mean, yeah, who knows how much of this move we retrace. 5,300 would basically take us all the way back to flat on the session, which is kind of crazy.
Target
but
filled.
we'll see.
All right, I liquidated my currency positions. I'm not sticking around for what is a potential reversal. We are not getting. I'm going to focus on shorts in these markets now. Short Bitcoin. Peace.
Order submitted.
Move
I
this
can't believe I was
over.
stopped on that. Come on, gold. Really? Dang runner.
Some hard reversals. I am just going to lay off the longs. Not that I've taken any in the indexes, but the more I see this tape, the more I just want to short if we rally. That is a range expansion to the downside if I've ever seen one. That oil short's looking a little better now. 2.
Oh yeah, it did pull back. I kind of want to ride a pop up here and see if we fade at 850s. Damn. Yeah. So that was that second attempt to make a new low that failed. There was somebody big that was coming in here that got me into the initial long that I got almost immediately stopped out on. So I'd be riding this in theory, watch for a reaction up here. Execute, Nick. I know, guys. Sometimes my execution sometimes is a little slower when I'm on the show trying to explain my method to my madness every once in a while. There's a flow state. I know Jack probably knows this too, but it's like when you're just kind of like reading things in real time and you're not distracted by obviously doing this, and you just kind of execute in a slightly different way. That's like the one thing streaming always just takes is an adjustment, just because like you're not as like locked in, like reading price action or interacting as quickly as you normally do. It's just a slightly different way of seeing things because you're just a little bit distracted.
Totally. No, it's like if I'm really doing some analysis, you're not going to hear me talk. I'm just staring at my screen. Like when I actually have to go in and dive in, which I need to do now because a bunch of markets just shifted.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. What did I do? Okay. The only I gotta turn them off in the future because now I just can't hear Nick. It's like a balance between hearing Nick and hearing my alerts.
Let's see if we poke a new low here. Yes, just made a new low. There it is. I was like, give me the big puke. That's what you want to see. Anybody still riding shorts from that 26K spot? Curious. That was the only like not easy trade, but simple read that made sense to take. Anybody sitting in that? Still holding a runner? Like I said, my target would be at this point with that last flush. If we don't bounce at like 660s, would be the week open, which is like the 580s, 585. But yeah, otherwise bouncing like right here.
Man, I'm missing. I'm really upset I missed this Bitcoin short because this was something that I should have been on top of. Yeah, but clearly a shift, guys, in a lot of different markets. It's not just the indexes, it's many things. So you need to notice we're having big money moving around. I mean, even gold now has come
my goodness,
hundreds of dollars off of its highs.
I hate myself. I hate myself.
Is this
right now,
the
guys.
top? Do they top gold while Nick and I are on stream?
And did they wick me out of my runner from the high? Oh, that would be such a bummer. Whatever. There's always another trade.
All right.
But man, I can't believe I did not get back in with that guy at 65s. We are. Who's my friend in the chat that said probably heading back to 5,300 today? Just completely give us an unchanged look, unwinding 5% up. That'd be so violent, just liquidating all the late longs in gold today. Silver too. $6 off the high.
It's about time somebody sold those things. Tired of seeing them go up without me.
Yep, that's me. Oh my goodness, it's still going. Guys, oh my God.
I just want to fill.
Well,
as long as it rallies, I can sell it.
Guys, in the green room, I was short up here. Like even before I got stopped out and was trying to enter 65, I was like, I was short the OR high. That's such a bummer. It just finally happens. No, I did not get wicked to the tick, but that little push above IB high in the pre-market is what got me. The indice pre-market. There you go. Casual 250 points from where I was entered. Jack, what is that? Just rough math. That's like $30,000 on a one lot.
Yeah,
I was
sounds like it.
That's a painful,
hey, you know, whatever. It's like
runner
just like
stop out.
That's just like a Honda.
I know. It's no big deal.
Hey man, I've felt like that so many times that I've traded that I just don't even feel it anymore.
The pain that this teaches you, even when you're not in a trade.
All right, I got to turn my volume back up. I got to get a hotkey for this.
Yeah, Apple and Meta are the only things like holding up the world right now, it seems like.
Meta's still strong, huh?
Up still 7.5%.
All right, I gotta move my order down here and move my order down in Q to 914s and our 911s. Ugh. Am I long from that blue point? I have no position on.
If anyone's actually looking at the DOM and on gold, it looks like NQ before the CPI release. So there's no way to find an entry currently. Like if anyone's looking
JOMO.
at that order book, there's nothing to do there.
Gold came to the midpoint of the prior day. Midpoint of the prior day, and GC is 53.23. Lows are 53.08. I know that sounds like a big difference, but with this volatility, it is not. We're looking at 15-minute bars that are $13,000 moves a contract. That's a lot. Wow, copper. Oh my goodness. Well, there's that $65 level in CL. Traded and baited. I want to see us at 64.66 though, to be
Damn.
should have shorted that CL, but can't break the rules. Don't break the rules. Yep, definitely a dollar denominator, as Craig's mentioning. That's what I saw with my currency positions. I was long those currencies, and I could be completely wrong, but the sell-off in the indexes probably drove some flights to the dollar, and the flights to the dollar drove the currencies lower, metals lower, and a reversion there to everything. And that was a big trend change across a lot of asset classes that you got to be aware of. Andre, I do plot, to be completely honest, I use two computers at the same time, and I just trade on one and I do everything else on the other. It's just easier for that way for me.
Nick, do you find that when the market moves like this, without you attempt to naturally be more risk off due to heightened emotions, or do you lean into it? It depends. If I've missed moves, like when I'm on like stream, sometimes I'll just kind of be patient and wait a little bit. I don't know. I think if I wasn't doing the show, I probably, I mean, I don't think I held it to a new low, but I probably get in that 26K short just because I'm more on, like focused, if that makes any sense. But I don't mind missing moves, guys. Like granted, I feel like I've been waiting a good week or so for the indices to do something like this, to at least have a more violent, volatile session to start. But we get these periodically. It just is nice to see the VIX finally get out of bed, get a little range expansion here, and us. I mean, we're still trading in the same exact range that we basically have traded in for weeks. So not like I feel like I'm missing on a repricing here. It just feels like we're retracing a lot of the low volume drift up that we've had all week. And, you know, Microsoft and tech's leading us down. So we'll see how much continuation we actually get post this session, or if it even holds. Like if we drift back up here to 25,900s, I mean, we're back into yesterday's range, basically, or 2 days ago's range. So I don't feel like I missed too much here. It's not like this is the repricing, the swing short into February that I, have been dreaming of. I do feel like a little FOMO though with the gold short that I was sitting in. I will admit that I am feeling some FOMO there, because that was a pretty decent entry. And when you see something like that, like happening on the order flow, like happening in real time, and then you see the point of control immediately shift up there, and then we sell off from that exact spot, that's where my FOMO kind of kicks in, because you were reading it correctly, trying to say like someone's doing something here, and then it happens because you take your eye off the ball. That sucks. But on to the next trade. Yeah, Video Starcade. That's how I'm feeling about GC right now. Like I was describing the way the order book kind of looks. Like there's no way right now to find an entry to even join along with the fun if we get continuation further down or even bounce off 5,300. It's like I want no part of that. It was very calm and tame when I entered that short at the top of the opening range. So it's impossible for me to find another entry like that I feel confident in.
Hey, see if we can get a bid into where I want to go shorts.
850s to 860s. That little, yeah, that'd be about the spot. We'll see.
I tell you what, if we go a little lower, if we go down to 25,688s before moving higher into my area where I'm looking short, I will probably go long. So it's whatever trades first.
I have a decent amount of clusters of random horizontal lines that I've drawn from different time frames that are all sitting right around that spot too.
They gave us some action today, that's for sure.
They did. It was not a boring first hour of trade for us. And us coming into IB, the initial balance period ending here in a couple minutes. Let's see if we get a decent push back up to maybe reoffer. If not, at least gives us a pretty wide range to kind of play around in today. What am I seeing at the 850s? All this. You got last week's very high, last week's high, and that would be this week's midpoint, basically, all sitting right there. So would be a decent spot to find some sellers reoffering. If not, probably up here at the 900s would be the next, just being the RTH VWAP. What is this, Black Thursday? Yes. Next stop, the 1987 lows.
Well, the good news is I can now buy my Mr. T chain that I thought I couldn't afford this morning.
Oh my gosh. Oh, guys, the FOMO is real. Casual 250 points ago.
Nick, do not be mad. We can buy.
I'm
Mr.
not
T
mad.
chain.
I'm just disappointed.
Sound like my father.
I mean, guys, that read and not executing is going to haunt me for the rest of today. It was right there. And it's still going. Oh my goodness. Guys.
Are you just going to watch it go to zeros and torture yourself?
Yeah, I'm going to watch it go all the way back to the week open here, 500 points lower.
Okay, I'm actually thinking that if we make a new low here, I'm going to be attempting a long.
Guys, I'm crying on the inside. Cue the sound effect. Have you ever seen a grown man cry on stream? Because we're about as close as you can get.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
You guys ever see a grown man cry on stream?
There it is. Yes, my Nintendo, my first comment. I mean, if you missed me talking to Deli in the pre-market, I had cursed the name that is NQ and said, I will no longer be involved in this relationship. Cue the volatility.
I mean, I'm just glad I'm not on the wrong side of that trade. Forget being on the right side of that trade.
I could have taken losses on these trades.
Was there by chance any trigger to that?
What?
Like
something that actually
in silver and gold. I wonder if there was like any trigger to it.
I mean,
Not that there
Craig,
has to be, but sometimes I'm just curious.
Craig, you just said the strength in the dollar. I don't know, but was there anything that actually like lit the dollar to start moving?
I would say it was the sell-offs in the indexes, but I mean, I definitely don't know enough to.
Yes.
Oh.
Thrawn Chop, it was the manipulation. It was in the room with us. That is correct. But let's see. New lows and NQ here.
Oh, I'm glad I realized that in real time and took my currency trades off so that they were not losers at least. That is a great explanation, Craig. I'm gonna have to like reread that a few times. Let's check out the 6A. Actually, move some stuff around, but yeah. Reversal candle on the 6A. Wowza. All right. I'm going to be the village idiot and go long NQ here.
I mean, I don't think it's a bad spot.
It may or may not be. There's only one way to find out. You got to take the risk. I got shorts in micro Bitcoin, and I gotta put a stop in here.
Order submitted.
So I'm gonna need to look at some things to determine my stop real quick. The problem is the volatility is super high, so I actually have one less contract than what I typically trade with. I have my 5-minute ATR measure at 131 points. So I will not, because I consider this a counter trend trade. Okay, the momentum is clearly long. I refuse to be in this trade longer than 25 minutes, so I'm getting in right around 10:30. So I will be out before this stream is over, and if I'm not, I'm breaking my rules. The 5-minute ATR, I multiply by 50%, and it is a whopping 130 points. I do not feel comfortable with that size of a stop, but I also have to recognize that the volatility has been extreme, and so I'm going to just take the last two candles, which is 96 points and currently 68 points. And I'm going to add those together and do a little slow math in my head and call it a 75-point stop. So I'm basically I'm going to use a 75-point stop. Oops.
Order submitted.
Sorry, you're gonna have to hear my order
Order
submitted a
submitted.
few times here, guys. I'm getting that. And it looks like you guys are all buying it with me because we're looking like the low of the day. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, they're gonna stop me.
Is the logic we stop to sell too aggressively?
I'm gonna wait till the week open. I think we're gonna head a little lower. Maybe 660s.
So my logic is
Actually,
here's a magic 8 balls. Do one of these. Am I looking at
let me
it?
get back in
And
actually.
it says buy. Now, my logic here, this is an anticipated support level that we have. I think this series of selling is all market orders from a higher time frame, and I'm anticipating a more aggressive reflective bounce. The only thing I don't like about this trade is this is only a 3-bar sequence down. I would prefer this trade to take this trade at 1045. At 1045.
No.
I guess we're only down 480 points. It's really not even a lot. It's a lot relative to.
We're down 600 points from the open, basically. Casual.
We also got a put wall here in the SPX. Whether that ends up meaning anything or not, we'll find out.
Oh, goodness.
It's only 10:30 if we do this. Would you put a target in here?
Would I still be short here? If I was
Order
still in a
submitted.
short, I mean, I'd be down to runners and I'd be covering probably into the week open if we got another flush, but I'd be kind of like hands on trigger here to get out.
Order submitted.
Because if we bounce here at 660s, I could see us just kind of rotating back up towards 800s. But if it make another low, we're probably going to the week open. I might try this one more time. Nope.
Right to that 6466 CL level. That was my lower support. 6410s is what I have below that. I could definitely trade overnight or even today. Bitcoin is getting the hammer here.
All right. We're going to go to the week open. My God, the gold order book is insane. $500 on MNQ. That's awesome. Hell of a trade, guys. Those are some great shorts. Yeah, aren't we getting close to the yearly open on ES?
Get back up a little early so far.
20 points. Uh,
All right, give me a nice hammer candle. We are at the negative 100 projection of the 50% retracement short from the high of the week to yesterday's low. If you're looking at the RTH session, the negative 100% projection, it's a 25,642, but that is a rare point of aggressive selling to get all the way that far without a pullback.
How would I have managed the theoretical positions? Yeah, that's hard to say because, like you said, there was an idea that I didn't execute well on the short at the very least. On either one, on gold, I mean, I probably would have scared myself out because that is like a parabolic move to the downside. I probably would have just flattened. NQ, as I said, if I was still in runners, I'd be trying to hold down to the week open here if I hadn't already been trailed out. So it's hard to know how I would have psychologically managed it without actually still being in the trade. But yeah, if anybody still is holding, I mean, that would be my target. Hoodrich, yeah, you may very well be correct. ES still has another 17 points down to the yearly open. If we get below that, there's no reason to be long.
Order filled. Order canceled.
All right.
But I believe this is all my fault, guys. It's not Microsoft's fault. It is mine. My weekly open is going to be right here at 85s, 585s from the Sunday open. I mean, that was like the opening wick, and then we dropped another, what, Jack? 200 plus points from there. I think the low from Sunday was like
Order
3 something.
canceled.
That's like, yeah, the Sunday low is 360s. So that was the opening print though. And then we just sold off from it. And then we retested it in the pre-market on Monday and it held. So that would be the logical place if you're in shorts.
Yeah, maybe we fill the gap from 21st. Going back to what I said I should have done, which was shorts only, but you know, sometimes you just don't do what you think you should do. We're in an extremely aggressive selling pattern right now. That is making it. It's market order selling. And I don't think it's your fault, Nick.
I think it is. I had buried or, you know, opened my my heart up to metals and got away from my first love and ended up getting hurt by both of them in the moment. So it is all my fault.
Does that make you sad?
It does. It does. I'll go have a back testing appointment this afternoon to spill my feelings and you know, that's how I'll work through it.
You do the back testing with your chiropractor?
No, like an actual, I'll back test. That's, you know, because traders would rather back test than go to therapy. So I'll go to my back testing appointment today and we'll work through this with professional help.
At least you're seeking it, man.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the first battle. That's the hardest part.
You know, admitting you have an issue is the first step to recovery.
I mean, we got that close to the week open in both. I would love to see it taken out. Do not bounce yet and hurt my feelings.
Oh, the 6J ripped back up. Wow. Highs of the day there. Just made a high of the day. I'm going to have to look for another entry. I can count on one hand the amount of green bars we've had on the 5-minute chart today, and it's 3. And the NASDAQ.
I'm willing to wager GC goes back up in Globex. Yeah, I would be, if I was a betting man too, I would imagine Asia is just like, thank you once again for another dip that we can buy with both hands. But we'll see. This is an interesting liquidation in silver and gold. But yeah, when you zoom out, I don't have a long time frame chart that I can show for gold because I was too lazy to build one again this morning. Whoa, what just happened? But I mean, gold is still above the week open when you really think about it, which was the old all-time high basically a few days ago. So
oil is still up. It's the only commodity that basically hasn't gone negative.
yeah, the rest of tech is just continuing to throw weakness outside of Meta too. So
Oh man, I'm telling you though, this Bitcoin is looking nasty on the daily. If you are a Bitcoin lover, I have bad news for you. We are going to retest the tariff low of April at 74,000.
come on, NQ, just a little lower. There we go. All right, well, that would be the target for NQ. Yeah, still 10 points away from the yearly open, though. Next area down on NQ. I mean, honestly, is the yearly open. Well, what a move. Unwinding the entire week.
It's just a hammer. There's a green bar in Bitcoin. I think if you're a reversal trader, you've really got to pick one spot and then just leave it alone. You can take one stop out, but if you take like 3, then you're doing something wrong. Like I tried to pick a point where I thought we'd stop, and clearly I know I'm wrong. Not going to take another trade to the long side until we build structure. That's really just like a rule set. So I'll try to I'll attempt to buy in aggressive trends or sell in aggressive trends, but I will only do it one time. Because I can take one stop out and not let it ruin my day. But if I do it one time and I stop out and that triggers an emotional reaction to continue to trade, and then I do it again and that triggers an even deeper emotional reaction to continue to trade and try to make back up for now the 2 losses, you will dig yourself a hole. So if you are a reversal trader, you really have to have rules and then just step back and recognize or have some type of, like, these indicators on the bottom of my screen are a good reminder for me. Like, I will attempt it once, but you can see on the bottom of my screen, this is -5. This blue line is at the absolute flat bottom. Unless that flips back above 0, I will not attempt another long here today. So if that flips back above 0, I can attempt a long, but I have that rule where if I think we've begun a new trend, which is definitely what it looks like here today, I will not attempt another long after taking a singular stop out in the NASDAQ until I see that blue line back above 0.
Nick, what is the red and blue color indicator volume profile? So this is a delta profile of the current swing leg that we're on up here from like the 820s. And this is a paid indicator technically because it's custom built by OFL, but someone in the chat told me recently that there's a way to do this with if you have the order flow edition of NinjaTrader, like there's a way to build this. I just don't know how. Probably a Google search might help you, unless somebody in the chat wants to explain how you can set that up to give you delta instead of just the volume. But someone told me you can do it. But yeah, this one's custom built as a paid indicator because it resets for every swing leg of NQ.
You can also use something as simple as a moving average crossover. I'm working on getting, that's an indicator. The blue line is an indicator I've built. I call it my startup trading momentum indicator, which is just an indicator of momentum using 5 different inputs, all of which are bearish. I'm using 5 inputs and they're all bearish. So not a single one is bullish.
Leo says there's a new one that's free. So is that an OFL one that's free, or is that the NinjaTrader release one that is a delta profile, Leo? I know you're about to jump on here, so you can say it too, but user share. There you go. So there is one out there that is free.
The indicator measures 5 different inputs, and then each one of those inputs has a value of 1. If that input is bearish, it's -1. So if picture 5 different inputs, and then let's say 3 are positive and 2 are negative, we're going to be reading +1. If all 4 are negative, you're going to be reading -5. So I've combined 5 separate inputs, and that is an oscillator with a point value of 1. And so if it's -5, we're below all 5 inputs are bearish. If we're +5, all 5 inputs are bullish. So when I say I want it to go to +1, That means we need 3 of the 5 inputs to turn bullish.
Yes, just held the yearly open and then just shot like a rocket. 15 points. So there's some real buyers apparently, at least in the SPOOs.
Yeah, I mean, there's many different things you can use. You can use something as simple as a moving average crossover. But I think the general thing here is if you find yourself to be, a counter trend trader, and you can pick your one shot, but you cannot take multiple stops opposing a higher time frame trend that is aggressive without making yourself frustrated or doing damage to your account. So pick one level. That's fine. If you get stopped out, be okay with it. But that secondary trade needs to come from some other form of confirmation besides just I think this is a good level to buy.
What's up, guys?
Hey, yo.
Nick brought the action today.
Yeah, the Nick indicator is not working very well.
It depends on which one. If you're talking about me articulating the toxic relationship that I've been experiencing for the last few weeks with the indices and that they're dead to me as being the volatility indicator to, for the love of God, short SPOOs to 0, then you'd be incorrect because that is exactly what happened if you watch the pre-market with me, Jack, and Deli.
I'm very happy about your hatred for the indexes.
But did you see what happened though? Because then I tried to trade gold, and then of course me trying to play with 2 different things caused both of them to have liquidations.
I did not trade or see you trade gold, but that would have been fun.
It's all my fault.
What a morning, huh?
What a morning.
Yeah, all assets took a turn. Very rare that we have, something like that. Gold flipped around, silver, of course, copper, huge move, indexes. What's going to be interesting is I want to see what market actually ends up best performer on the day. Because it's been the Russell's been the weakest, but after the Nasdaq getting slammed like today, I'm wondering if what's going to step in and be the leader.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, like Nick said, if there's a place where you want to see bulls step in here on ES, this is definitely the place to do so. Do you guys catch shorts?
I'm short right now.
From where, Leo? Hate watched
after getting stopped out of my GC runner short and then didn't re-enter. So it is what it is.
Yeah, this morning I shared in my chat how like the 4-hour was looking a little bit dicey, and I said I'm gonna wait till 10 a.m. I might miss the move, but I wanted to see the 4-hour candle close, and I literally said that. Of course, we open up and we just plummet, and we don't even give like a retest for re-entries. And I just had to sit here and watch that all happen. So I feel you, Nick, on the hate watch.
I'm short from 26,197, so I'm in a runner for 600 points.
Holy
Ooh,
crap.
fancy.
The reality is I don't know if they're on my screen yet, but I took this little pullback short pre-market. I think I was in like 6 contracts right here, and I took profit, and then like by the time I had just that one, I had a good amount of distance. Like I really hate holding pre-market trades into the open, but I had 60 points, right? So I was like, oh, I'll just watch it, and then it just dumped. So I just had the you know, it's just one of those days where you put on a trade and it starts to run. So I'm just letting it go.
Nice trade. 600 points intraday, and the Nasdaq is
A
impressive.
hell of a trade.
My record is somewhere near 1100, but I doubt that we get that today on a sell off. It was a big dip that was bought. I think it was like in 2022.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that tracks.
Where we just had like a 1200 point rally intraday.
Yeah, you need a certain kind of market to do that.
I mean, it's the yearly opens down here at 78. Like, it's another 100 points from here. Do I really want to risk? I've locked in 600 points, so I want to risk another 100 for what I have locked in right now. I think I'm just gonna be ready to cut this trade and be done with it here pretty soon.
Look at that big, beautiful Dom, though.
It is big and beautiful.
Oh, we got what at the bid ask highlighting now?
Yes.
Love that. Because guys, I feel like that's something you don't always get to see in our time in sales of like, yeah, that's awesome. This is just getting better and better.
Yeah.
All right, well, Nick, you ready to roll? Let this guy continue to ride this one out.
Yeah, chat. Thank you all very much. I hope you've enjoyed today's volatility. You're welcome. I sacrificed my trades so that you guys could have some fun today.
Take care.
Thank you, Nick. See you guys. See you, Jack.
Later.
Bye, guys.
What's up, Salma?
Hi. It's always your one runner against the world.
It was like that last time, wasn't it?
Yeah. You refused to sell that one, though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens.
What's going on, chat? How are you guys doing this morning? Did you guys
Mr. Josh asked, can he borrow some points? You have so many to give.
Maybe. You like the glasses? I've had terrible look with my contacts lately. And so I'm wearing the glasses. Great day for trading. Yeah, it is, but I didn't even get to trade really. I just put on the one and it just went.
Yeah, I missed it too. Just sat here in disbelief. It's always the times where you try to be disciplined is when the market laughs in your face.
Yeah.
It just never fails. But we are here at the midpoint on ES, hovering above, the yearly open.
Yeah, I mean, the violence is for real right now.
Yeah.
I personally, if I was flat, I would be waiting for some of the market dynamics to change. I mean, the relative volume is a 140. 140 relative volume is really high. And it started out this morning at 100. So participation is exponentially growing. And that's great for volatility, but it's also when it gets really high, you definitely want to size down and kind of be more picky with your positioning.
Yeah, I mean, like Jack said, I would wait to see some kind of base forming, some confirmation before getting into longs. I think right now, any retest of the 90 MA is still valid for shorts, unless we get a 5-minute close above, right? So that's what I'd be watching for.
This is really good.
Reason. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
This is a really good example of trend type activity that you would see on the volume profile. You kind of have a push, a little bit of a build right here on these 950s. We get another push, we get another build, and then we get another push, and now we're getting another build. And really, we should continue to see that as this trend holds. So right now we're doing a build, and we want to see that if we're in shorts. Building volume and interest, right? lower and lower and lower is great. What we don't want to see if you're short is a push back above 650, and that holds to the upside, because that would potentially give you a return all the way back to this volume node up here. And so if we get above those 650s, I would definitely get on my short here. But trend day, classic, very little from a pullback perspective, and not really giving you much. So you kind of have to either bite the nose and get short the whole if you're not already short, or just wait for something, for a better setup to take place. Which OFL indicator is the very bottom? This is the tape reader. It's part of the free package. You can get that on orderflowlabs.com, and there's a freemium section. You can just download it. Leo, can you get your link to sign up for the trade-off so I can get the Dom hooker brother up? It's on my Twitter. Just go sign up there.
Another thing that I want to wait and see what happens once, Euro closes. For the past couple of weeks, we've been seeing that once Euro's market closes at 11:30, we start to get a trend change. So they could be the ones selling us off right now. If they are, then obviously once 11:30 happens, we can start to potentially see a reversal. And if not, then yeah, this thing continues down. But if you're a bull, you really don't want to see lower than this here. Someone in the chat was asking me if I held my afternoon shorts. No, I got out of those for a small loss, literally 1 minute before market closed. And then, of course, once earnings came out, we plummeted. Had I held, my stop loss would have never hit. So I just was, micromanaging for no real reason, really. But yeah, it was a shame. It ended up hitting the ultimate TP that I wanted, and it ended up filling that gap as well. I hope somebody else held, though. Leo, would you consider this to be a thin tape or not really?
Yeah, I mean, thin tape could be in a lot of things. There's not tons of liquidity on both sides of the bid and offer, and so that's gonna generate more volatility. That's something that I look for. It's either get involved or kind of stay out. When it's really thick, you'll have 12, 15, 17 on both sides. So there's lots of liquidity on both sides of the order book. Today it's 1, 2, 5, 4. So that means that there's not as many market makers. We call them market makers, willing to participate and provide liquidity at all the areas. And so that means the market's going to it's easier for the market to move, because somebody could hit, a 10 lot and move the market decently, whereas normally that wouldn't really do anything.
Yeah, it seems, you're obviously way more skilled in this than I am, but just been watching this for the past 2 months or something like that, and it seems like it's thin on ES at least. I don't know about NQ, but I don't know. You are the order flow master.
I wouldn't call myself a master.
It's all good. I'll call you that. No worries.
All right, fair.
Guys, don't forget to register to compete in the 4-way arena battle. Leo is part of the 4-way. You guys can use his link if you want to sign up, or if you don't want to sign up with his link, you can use NinjaTraders in the chat. It should be fun. I'm signed up. You really don't have much to lose, or you can use Nick's. Yep, whichever one of the 4 guys that you want to support. Go on their Twitter. You can find their links, and you can sign up. But there are cash prizes, and it's a 1-day competition. I don't see why any of you guys wouldn't sign up. All right, here we go. We're getting some buyers stepping in here. Just need confirmation, or else this is just a retest for another short. Typically, I would take a retest of the 9 EMA for a short entry. I just don't like the fact that we are at such key levels here. Shorts don't really interest me too much. There you go, Leo. A fiber optic used your link so he can get the new DOM.
Nice.
Should say thank you.
Thank you. I'm just
Yeah, what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm typing a message.
Swoosh loves shorts. I do too. Shorting is so much more fun. Defined, it's not the fact that it's tough to short after this huge drop. It's just the fact that we're literally at a key area where we should see buyers step in, and we're seeing that happen right now. So like if we were still up here, for example, and we retested the 9 EMA and the 5 minute, I would have taken that short. I just sat in disbelief because I missed the initial entry at the top. PBH, I signed up. Will NinjaTrader send an email with the competition info? I think they do send an email, but like if you want information on like, the time and what you can trade, that's directly on the link that they just provided in the chat.
I will. So if you use my link, I'll send you. I'll be DMing those folks with the link to it.
Salma, since you won the last arena challenge, but you aren't competing in this one, do you consider it a runner-up tournament? I am competing. I'm just not like I will just compete as a regular, competitor. I'm not part of the four-way competition. Like I'm not gonna be on screen with the guys competing. I would just be trading it on my own. But I do stream that day, so I might just trade, that sim account for the competition. Selma, why don't you do order flow? I would love to learn. I mean, I'm trying to learn.
Okay, so right here at these 640s, this is kind of the
Tell us.
area that I was mentioning earlier. You can see it on the volume profile. There's a nice build of volume here. So we really don't want to see any building of volume up into these 660s or higher. So I'm just going to watch that. This is actually a great area, to look for a short continuation trade. Obviously, there's no entry right now because we're just, rockets kind of going vertical. So I'm not saying, hey, you should get short right here. But if we do see some sellers step in, this would be a great entry for continuation lower. Now, granted, we've already dropped 600 points or so from the open, or 500. And so, you get to keep that in mind as well.
All right, this is a beautiful bounce on ES. I mean, you're talking almost 30 points in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Insane. Rami, yeah, I think Pax's level is probably the yearly open. I know he watches those levels, so yeah, you guys should always have an indicator on your chart that will point out the key levels for you guys so you don't have to, manually put them in. And so that you're always aware of where we are on the chart. So these like hyphenated letters, not hyphenated, I'm sorry. These acronyms here, those are key levels. It's my indicator. I recommend everyone to add one onto their chart.
Are we starting to see some selling here in these 680s? I actually might continue. I might consider pushing a couple more ads on this.
And lower your average? No way.
Yeah.
Or higher your average, not lower.
Put some more in. So now my position's at 4 lots at 798. It's a great spot for continuation. So I'm just gonna pull my stop. It's way up here. So because this is kind of the do or die area, we got some sellers trying to hit the bid. I'm willing to take a stab at it with a couple more contracts, and if we don't push, I'll just go ahead and get out of the trade. So we start to push back above, like it looks like we're going to return back to this area, then I'll just get out.
Yeah, I'm gonna just wait. Chill out here for a bit.
My demeanor is different. It's been a long couple of days.
It really has been such a long week. I'm like, I can't wait for the weekend. Yeah, Tiger Trades. I'm not sure about NinjaTrader, but on TradingView, that's where you can find that indicator. I'm sure they have something like that.
That looked a little exhaustive there. So let's hope the buyers kind of return to the party as they are.
The buyers.
I mean, sellers. See, now what buyers want to do is hold this, right? Hold this LVN. It's kind of the prior resistance, right? They got stuffed right here. If you look to the left, so they want to hold this and try to push this up.
I would want to see if this is, truly the reversal. I want to see on a 15 or 30-minute time frame a reversal candle being printed. For right now, I'm not really seeing that here. As long as we stay, below probably 930, 935 on ES, I think, Leo, you're good with those shorts. Hmm. Chat, are you guys in anything, or are you just sitting sidelines like us or like me? Or are you holding runners like Leo? What are we doing? Chilling.
Y'all
Yeah, me
photoshopped
too.
Leo's looking old. Man, that's mean. For real.
Yeah, I don't think you look old. Let's see. Okay, most of the chat is just sitting flat. Nice. Flat right now is not a bad idea, in my opinion. It's fine. Leo, someone in the chat said you look younger, if anything.
Interesting.
So, question for you, Leo. Once, the revamp of NinjaTrader turns 1 year old in March.
Hang on. I got to focus here for a second.
Okay, go focus.
I'm trying to let this thing play, but if they're just gonna stuff it right back.
Someone said we're at the IB low. I need to. Oh, I see. Yep.
Put a couple more on.
You added to your position?
Yeah, buyers be acting kind of crazy here.
How original. Okay, so now can I ask you my question, or are you still focusing?
Yeah, hang on. Okay, what were you saying?
I was gonna ask on the 1 year anniversary, are you now gonna stop streaming with a hat on, or?
I mean, coming up, March is quickly approaching. I guess you'll have to find out.
Yeah, because you said you vowed to stream a full year with a hat on.
That's right. It was in my contract.
I say no more hats for all the guys on NT. Maybe like we'll allow it
Oh,
like once a week.
no. That's crazy.
No, no, no. I do kind of like short tier too, though. We're at the 0.618. I mean, I would have to reverse this actually. See something real quick. Oh no, we're good. Yeah. Short's looking good here.
I do like it.
Damn, it's moving so fast, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's just a function of there's a high level of participation, right? So there's lots of buyers and sellers out here, positioning.
Yeah, I looked away for a second. It's already moving. It's not gonna chase this. It's already down 13 points. Jeez. Yeah, John, I don't use those, unfortunately. I also have the click confirmation on my trading view, so it almost takes me a little bit too long to mark it in. I'll just have to have it like open. And if I do enter something, it would just be very, very light size.
See, that's what you want to see. You want to see those sellers respond right there. And they are, but buyers are
It's a fight.
yeah, definitely. The book is super thin.
We get Euro close in 5 minutes. They could be the ones that were, dropping us here. Isn't this what's been happening every time we make a new all-time highs? We like make all-time highs, then get sold off aggressively, and then we get bought right back up.
Yeah, because I mean, who's gonna get all hot and bothered about buying new highs, and the momentum, you tend to lose momentum at all-time highs. And so anybody that shows up on the sell side that has strength, those buyers that do are buying all-time highs, that we're kind of weaker hands, right? Because if they get pressure on them, they're going to have to liquidate their positions or want to, because there's kind of like you're at the top. And so you get kind of this activity of kind of slow grind hires that end up getting liquidated, that sometimes V-shape right back, because then once you do get a liquidation, you get new buyers that are waiting for that type of liquidation event.
Yeah, I think like earlier when I was tuning into the morning show, Deli and Farm were talking about it, how it's just been so predictable lately, where you get those highs and then that nasty drop, and then you get bought back up a little bit, start chopping sideways.
I mean, it's been going on since January, right? You get a push liquidation, and this is obviously a much bigger one.
Yeah. But it's like buyers are not strong enough to push us higher, and sellers are not strong enough to push us lower. And so, yeah, I think we end up probably recovering this move and then just consolidating again until another, major event or economic data. We do have Apple earnings after the bell too. Does the 5 minute here bull flag break us higher, or does it fail and drop us back down? $1 million question.
So you got the euro close in 3 minutes.
Yep. Leo, someone's asking you for advice. Advice for reversal traders on days like this. I think you just need to wait for confirmation.
I wrote a good article about this once in a while, and you can read it on paintingthetape.net. I'll send the link to the production team so you can just read right to it. I really had a hard time with dealing with these trend days as somebody that kind of predominantly trades a lot of reversals or looks for mean reversion type of activity intraday. So I spent a lot of time digging into it. Give me a second. Post this. By the way, if you haven't already registered, and I know Salma did a great job, but Salma, if you want to make a bet, I'm willing to throw down some cash, because if
What are
you're
we
going to
betting?
trade it, I will be willing to put up cash against you for a little fun.
Why? What for? Okay, for what?
If you beat me, I'll pay you $500. If I beat you, $500 goes to me.
So what is it? Just whoever has a higher P&L?
Yeah.
Guys, wait. I need chat to tell me, statistically, how has Leo done in these competitions?
Really bad, because I've yellowed them like pretty hard.
No, but I know this time you guys are taking it a bit more serious.
Take the bet. They're all saying take the bet.
Hold up. Make it $1,000. All right, put the money on the line. All right, screw it. I'll take the bet.
All right, cool. That'll make it more fun.
Okay, and even if we're both negative in the P&L.
Yeah, just P&L. That's it.
Okay. All right.
Me versus you, side bet.
Bro. Deal.
All right,
It's
what are
not
we
for
gonna do with
today.
this euro close? All right, so the euro close is off the books. I'm willing to stay in this thing all the way up to like right here, 720. After that, I'm out.
Chat is going crazy. Chris, the time frame on my chart, it's in the watermark in the back. You can see it. It says 5 minutes. But I always switch between different time frames. I'm just watching lower time frame today since, obviously we've just been trending downwards. There's really no point in looking at, the 15-minute maybe, but yeah, 5 minutes today. Do you have any other side bets going on with anyone else, Leo?
No, you're the
All
only one.
right. Okay. So guys, if I place first, then I win first place cash prize and I rob Leo of $500.
It's good money.
Sounds like a win-win.
Win-win-win.
Yeah, I don't know though, because there's no micros allowed and I don't really mess with minis like that, but we'll see. Thank you, Logan. I hope I win as well. And yes, if Leo beats me, I will 120% finish that book. I promise.
That's what I should have made the bet. 500
Yeah,
bucks and finish the book.
Oh, no. Then what do I get? $500 and
Just
what?
500 cash and a book.
No. I already got the book. Leo, you
Top
need to
Step
read the chat.
70% long, so you know what to do.
Oh, God. Okay, I kind of want to take a short as well. Just, it'll be a very tight stop, though. We're not seeing anything here happen at the Euro close, so.
Man, it's crazy out there.
10-minute is looking good, but now it's pushing. Yeah, this tape does look thin.
They're selling
Oh,
right here.
I started the book.
94s. See if they can push it.
Let's see, this is violent here.
You getting short too?
Yeah, I got in shorts at 33 on ES.
Nice.
Just 3 micros, nothing crazy. And then I'll manage my TP. I'll probably just trail it down. I do think, if we start to sell off, maybe new lows.
Yeah, I mean, they're really testing my patience. I've added to this trade, several times, and I want to see it start moving the other way.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I by now, 5 minutes into Euro close, I would assume, buyers would have stepped in already. And they're trying. It's just not the kind of activity that I want to see. This 5-minute is bull flagging, though. Want to see that fail. It's actually almost looking like a rising wedge. Yeah, and then breakdown.
All right, come on, sellers. Step on the gas here. This is where you got to do it. Don't fail me again.
Again, you're in deep profit.
Yeah, but they keep the bids just keep holding these 60s every time.
Yeah. How much did your average change when you added?
Well, now it's 766, and I don't remember, what did I start at, like I don't even remember, 187 or something like that.
Okay, I see you added 5 more. Okay, that's
Yeah.
why. Uh, 83 Junior, or I'm sorry if I butchered your name, but here is the indicator for the candles on the right. Here you go. You can just copy that.
And they really
It's now or never.
so annoying. So annoying.
Would be really cool if we rejected here and we saw the H pattern happen in real time.
What's the H pattern? What would that? I mean, I know you've showed once before, but
Yeah. I mean, I'll show it again if you want. Don't laugh at my drawing. It is not great, okay?
you have the best art of all traders on NinjaTrader.
So, thanks. No, actually, XY drew a really, really cool the S. You know the S that you used to do
Yep.
in like middle school? Yeah, he
Mhm.
did that. But anyway, this H pattern is a lowercase h. So you're gonna look for something like this, and you want to see a lowercase h, right? So you can assume that this is the downward, the straight line down, which we obviously got. It's not perfect. Let me remove my indicators. Okay, so it's not a perfect straight line down, but you get the line down, and then you want to look for where like buyers try to push price up, and then we base and then curl back down. And that's kind of what's happening here on the 5-minute. I'll redo the drawing because it looks disgusting. So you want to see this and the curl and then back down. And typically I like to see this pan out on the 9 EMA. So like if we go back on the 10-minute, I'm going to remove the drawing now. 10-minute, this pink line is the 9 EMA. So you want to see us like base here, continue to reject, and then come back down, make new lows.
Yeah.
So I hope that helps. Yeah, you can think of it as a chair or lowercase h, whatever you want to call it. But it's like one of my favorite patterns on days like today.
Got to figure on the trigger here to get out of this. We're
I move my
consolidating.
stop a little bit higher.
We're consolidating here. Pretty obvious. I don't really want to stay in this trade above 720s. It's kind of like get out spot.
Yeah, I moved my stop a little bit. I think this is one of those days where you're gonna size down and have a wider stop.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So we'll see. Someone said that Trump is having a meeting soon. Oh, I see it, yeah. I wouldn't put it past Trump to come in and say something that would, V-shape us back to the highs. Yeah,
That'd be
this
so
is
crazy.
looking 5-minute close above this fib level here, and I'm out. Either that or I get taken out. We'll see. It's probably going to come out and say, everybody buy the dip. And it actually being the dip. Leo, for the competition, you think you're going to be trading metals?
Yeah, I think I'm going to trade the micro silvers. SIL.
It's scary. Maybe my strategy for this competition is to just sit back, let Leo do a lot of trading.
Is that right?
Wait for him to go in the red, and then I should start. It's strategic.
Do you have to trade the micros and silver? Yeah, you can trade MGC 5 lots and silver SIL 5 lots. Why don't you think 720 is the point of interest in your stop there? Because I'll just manually get out. I want to see what happens there. I don't want to just get wicked out. I mean, we're trading here right now, but there's lots of offers, getting hit, right? So I want to see what if we pause here, or if they just, briefly touch it like they're doing right now. I want to stay in the trade. I'm just trying to give myself that opportunity to not just get stopped out if they touch it. That's what I want to see. So I don't want to get out of the trade yet.
Yeah, because they can very easily just wick this and then come right back down.
See, now we've gone flipped from there were lots of buyers lifting on offers. Now sellers are slamming the bid, and then they're putting passive liquidity on the offer side. But that just changed. So if they don't continue to put offers, okay. So it's just a battle. That's good. This is what you want to see now.
Yep, drop it. I hope once this trade works out for you, Leo, we can talk about monitors, because I do have something to say about that.
Oh, you want to talk about monitors?
That reminds me of white chicks. Oh, you want to talk about mothers? If you know, you know.
It's every time we push down, they just lift the tape. Stubborn ass buyers. They don't know what's coming.
I'm trying to draw the market lower with my 2 micro sim lots. Gringo's funny as hell for that.
Okay. Might be
This
time to
is
just
annoying.
bail this trade. Might be time.
Bro, this thing wants to flush so badly. Come on.
We know it. They know it. Can they test my patience long enough?
They're also just probably like earning
Ugh.
options premium as well for 0 DTEs. Just chopping around here. RHPI. Yes, if you know, you know. I thought no one knew what I was talking about. Trump is speaking. He's talking about Venezuela and oil right now. I don't like being in a trade when he talks.
All right. I'm gonna bail.
Yeah, I've got my finger on it too.
And it's probably gonna go now, but I'll be willing to jump back into it.
Well, Trump's speaking of he's talking about
Pretty
the
strong.
market.
You know, every little drop is getting bought up. Nicely held by the bid. All right, now we're seeing some real selling that just got absorbed completely.
Oh, thank you, Larry. That's very nice. Thank you so much.
What'd Larry say?
Said you're
You're lovely
lovely
and
and
a
a
great
great
asset.
asset.
Oh,
Thank
hold
you.
on. Let's try this again.
The only thing I don't like is Trump saying he's avoiding a shutdown and he's also commenting on the stock market. So he
Love
could
that.
very well, he's swooping in to save the day. That could be the case here.
There we go. Come on.
This is a battle for who wants it more. Did you get back in?
Yeah. 723.
Nice. Nice, nice. Thank you, Regina. You guys are so nice. Chat is being very nice today.
W chat.
They could send this to the 90 mail, the 15-minute, and then drop it. Oh, Reginald, I'm sorry. My bad. Sorry about that. 4-hour has a long leg. Yeah, it does. 4-hour candle still has a long way to go too. If you're on extended trading hours. So that could change. All right, I'm out of this. Now we can dump for you, Leo.
Thanks, Salma.
You're welcome. Took one for the team.
Somebody's got
I
to do
didn't.
it.
I know. I feel like I'm the Nick right now.
Somebody's got to be the Nick. If Nick's not here, got to be the Nick.
Dude,
And
it's
hey,
really dropping.
yeah.
You can't make this up.
What's up, Jim? What's up,
What up, Jim Bob?
Good job
Jim
today.
Bob?
That's his new nickname.
Oh, that's your new nickname. I missed
Yeah.
out.
Yeah,
But-
you missed some of the.
Well, he said only I can call him that. You can't call him that. It's a
Oh.
patented title.
Selma, I'm considering backing you on this Leo trade, this Leo bet.
You know what? I got a few texts from some of the people at Ninja that are saying the same thing. So,
Hey, it's a good bet.
I might do it. I might do it. Anyway, I do love the mindset, though. Back to what you guys did today. You know, I love the mindset of adding to winners, right? I mean, your average price obviously changes, but you're going with the flow and you're adding to a winner. That's kind of a concept that's hard for new traders, but it's usually not usually, but oftentimes it's a good idea. Just wanted to throw that out.
yeah, it's something
it's
I'm trying
something
to learn.
It's something we
Go ahead,
don't
Leo.
really get to demonstrate very often on live streams because, there's only an hour, snapshot in time. But yeah, definitely something that is in my arsenal, that I execute regularly.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that. 'Cause, I mean, you're seeing order flow, you're focusing on momentum, you're focusing on price action. You already have a position that's successful.
Yeah.
A lot of times when you put that second trade on, your average position goes down with you, and it kind of could mentally kind of freak you out a little bit. But you're
Right.
doubling up, and if it's you're going with the trend. It's oftentimes good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I wish
All
these
right.
sellers would step on the gas a little bit, but
I hope they don't because then I'll have FOMO, and I don't want to have FOMO.
No, there's no such thing, Selma.
There's only JOMO, joy of missing out.
That's probably the best quote I've ever heard in my entire life.
That's Pax's.
Yeah.
I stole that off Pax.
Now, you two guys are with us this afternoon, right? Well, you two folks,
Yeah.
you two traders. Can I say guys? It's unisex.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can say guys.
Okay.
For sure.
And then we're having, and Christian's joining you too, right?
Yeah, I think it's his
Mr.
first.
Boxes.
It's his first,
First trade to
trade to
close.
close.
All right. All right.
Nice.
Very awesome. Well,
We'll
great
have
job
to
today,
break him
guys.
into
Thank
it.
you for being here. Let's get a round of applause out for these two trading live in front of everybody to watch.
Thanks, Jim. Make sure that, chat likes up the stream because we're at less than half of viewer to like ratio.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really bad.
Well, I'll get it going here in Edge Report. But thank you, guys. I'm going to pop in and do a quick Edge Report and finish the morning out. But thank you for being here.
All
All right,
thanks.
take care.
Thanks, Jim. See you.
All right. This morning, I briefly was able to talk about a new indicator that Mike Burke developed. It's called the spread ratio. And the chart you see on the screen here, this is at the very top. I just have a daily Bitcoin chart. That's all it is, just a daily Bitcoin chart. And in the upper right corner, a little note there telling me that the Bitcoin ETF flow yesterday was another negative 19.6 million. So that's continually flowing out of some of these ETFs. You can get that information at Farside UK if you follow them on X, and then they take you to their website. They kind of track all the different ETFs. It's actually pretty interesting. Now this was from yesterday as well, but I mean you can see that Bitcoin's in trouble right now. We're 85,130. We broke out. Now in the middle panel here, you're going to see the spread ratio, and the spread I just put up there was a price of gold versus the price of the micro Bitcoin. And it charts this line, it charts this blue line, and gold's on the numerator in this particular chart. And you can see it's kind of it's escalating, it's going upward, right? It's up to the right, and that to me tells me, all right. Gold, as we know, just looking at individual charts, gold is pretty strong. Bitcoin is pretty weak. And so that ratio is going to increase. And it's still increasing, right? So really what I want to see is when that kind of levels off or if it turns around, then it might give me a little bit more bias one way or the other with respect to what I'm interested in, gold or Bitcoin. At the very bottom here, I just have a simple correlation. This is just a 21-day correlation between the two instruments, between the Bitcoin and the gold contract, and clearly they're negatively correlated right now, right? No surprise, we know that one's going up, one's going down, but this kind of tracks it nicely. The nice thing about that correlation indicator too is you could change your look back to whatever period you want. I have a 21. Some folks like 30, 34, 55. Fib numbers usually work pretty good. But, we were positively correlated for a little bit, and then we broke through that zero line, and now we're negatively correlated. So it's 48.4% negatively correlated. So this kind of view really kind of helps me with my bias day to day, and I'm just going to keep that going. If you take a look at a daily chart, though, on the Bitcoin right now, we do have a target in sight. We have that 80,745 right there on the radar screen. And that was that low wick, this target wick. I love these target wicks down here. And I added an extension also. And so the extension also gives me some really nice extensions. And, we have this 38.2% fib extension almost exactly by this low wick right here. So two areas of interest right there. And this extension actually was pretty good placement. Below that is 50%, 74,850. So we have that to worry about. Now, if you look at an intraday chart, we also have some nice targets here. We have the 0DTE put support, relatively important on a day-to-day basis, those 0DTEs, 84,000. We didn't quite get there yet. Now we're trying to push back up, but not a big retracement back up, just a little baby retracement. We're still not even into the value area right now. So this, again, money flowing out of the Bitcoin. My bias is definitely bearish here. Now, should I be wrong and we get some kind of push back up, we have that high vol level right there at 87,000. That's going to be a big, big deal. So we'll see if we get up there. I doubt it. We're going to get up there today. Put support's more likely today on the Bitcoin. So that is this afternoon's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. We're going to be back, don't forget, this afternoon, and trading the Christian's going to join Leo and Salma again this afternoon. So hopefully we'll see you back here this afternoon. In the meantime, get some lunch, relax, enjoy yourself. See you soon. Thanks for being here.